What is up, baseball fans? And of course, what's up, Mets fans? Welcome back to the channel. And we are here, deadline eve, so to speak, 20 hours away until the 6 p.m. deadline tomorrow. So if you're a new subscriber of the channel, say what's up in the chat. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Thank you for tuning in on this late night, many hours of coverage right here on the channel. And this is going to be a fluid live stream, guys. There's going to be a few hours here, and the stream will pop up earlier tomorrow morning. We'll have guests on. There'll be people coming in to fill in for me as well. So there'll be a lot going on throughout the night. So we're going to probably be here for about 2 hours or so, get a couple hours of sleep, pop back onto a stream, have people fill in for me, and we'll be going back and forth throughout the day. Definitely from about, I would say about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, all the way until 3 o'clock. We're going to go right through it tomorrow. It's going to be clearly about 18 to 20 hours of coverage on this channel. So we're going to go over all the trades throughout Major League Baseball. Not even a few minutes ago, A.J. Pollock was just traded from the Mariners to the Giants. So the Giants get their outfielder slash DH guy, platoon guy as well. So we are ready for a full coverage live stream, 20 hours of craziness, shock and awe, maybe blockbusters, maybe not. But there is teams that are looking to trying to get better. There are teams looking to be sellers. There are teams that are looking to stay pat. And there are teams that have no idea what they're going to do. And there's a team right now that just lost to the Rays and the Yankees that has not made a move as of yet. And Yankee fans on Twitter are going absolutely insane right now. And there's a lot of talk that the Yankees are going to be sellers at the deadline. You know, they lost 2 out of 3 against the Orioles. They lost the first game of the series against the Rays. Those are all teams they are chasing for a wild card spot slash division. Even though the division is not likely, they needed to take that series against the Orioles. They needed to start off good at home against the Rays, and that has not turned out so well at the moment. So, first off, welcome. Make sure you sit tight, keep watch. There's probably going to be trades, especially West Coast trades. Seem like it's a thing. Late at night. East Coast teams, who the hell knows? For my New York Mets, we all know what happened about 2 hours ago. Mark Canha was traded to the Brewers for Justin Jarvis. Is a 30th ranked prospect in the Milwaukee system, but some are saying that he's probably around the 20th ranked prospect, depending on the most updated list. So the Mets get an arm to add to their organizational depth in their farm system. I mean, guys, if you're a Mets fan and are upset about the fact that the Mets are sellers and maybe had a little bit of belief they can make to go on a run this year, listen and figure out what the Mets did over the last, I would say, 4 days, 3 or 4 days. Trading Robertson, trading Scherzer, now trading Canha. Just with the Scherzer and Robertson deal, they already put 2 guys in their top 10 in Vargas and Acuna. Vargas, if you look at the new updated ones, he's either 6 or 7, and Acuna is your second-rated prospect now in your farm system. Just based on those 2 guys, one was an expiring contract in Robertson. As good as he wasn't going to help this team any more than he already has. And we're sitting basically 6 games, 7 games out of a wild card spot. And Max Scherzer, I don't think anybody could have predicted that the New York Mets could get back anything close to what the Mets actually got back in Acuna. So right now, at this current moment, the New York Mets have bolstered their top 10 list and bolstered their farm system organizationally, which is huge, especially come offseason. If you are willing to make a trade, you got depth now that the Mets did not have basically in the beginning of this year, right? The Mets ranking in farm systems were around 17, 18, and 19, depending on the list. They were hovering around that 17 to 20 mark just this offseason with a lot of production from their mostly pitchers, but from their guys they already had in their farm system. They've been playing extremely well and have boosted up the Mets farm system all the way up to 12th ranked at this moment prior to any trade. Now, with the Robinson and the Scherzer trade and what they got back for those two, they're going to be probably top 10, if not in the middle of that top 10 after the trade deadline. So the New York Mets are from a team that was struggling to just put a farm system together. I mean, they were extremely, they had probably 1 through 5 that was pretty good. Other than that, it wasn't looking very good when Cohen took over this team. Within 2 years, the Mets spent a ton of money to try to bring a contender to this organization in 22 and 23. It clearly didn't work out, but in the meantime, they were building a farm system during that time. And they've done that with trying to spend money and put a contender on the field, and now also have a contender, farm system that you can actually say is worth noting and is actually respectable at this point now. And that's not even including what the Mets can do with Tommy Pham, who is probably the best bat on the market at this point, at least what we know right now. You know, guys like Grichuk, who is gone now. CJ Cron is gone now. Ohtani and Soto and Bellinger are not going to be traded. So that's another one where Tommy Pham comes in effect as the Mets. There's a lot of teams looking at Tommy Pham, and now there's actually competition. There is some type of a battle going on to get Tommy Pham, and that is only a positive on the Mets end, because if there's some competition for Tommy Pham, there's a possibility that the Mets can actually rake in a top 20 prospect here. And it might sound silly, but there's always a desperate team, and all you need is one of them. If there's a team that thinks that Tommy Pham can help them, maybe we're willing to give, a top 20 prospect, between probably 15 and 20. But that's considering the fact that the Mets could probably get that for Tommy Pham when they got basically a 25 to 30 ranked prospect in a system for Mark Canha, who is basically a platoon guy for them for the most part. So here we are, 20 hours away from the deadline, and there's fan bases that are very upset. There are fan bases that are extremely happy that their team is going for it, i.e. the Angels, i.e. the Angels, i.e. the Rangers. And that's a good sign to see for teams that, in my opinion, the Mets should have been one of those teams last year where they went for it, and they clearly didn't at the deadline, and I think it hurt them down the stretch. And I love to see teams like the Rangers, like the Angels, who haven't made the playoffs in a while, finally get an opportunity to make a push for a contender, for a playoff run. They're going for it, and you can never fault the team for trying to go for it when they're that close to a playoff spot, or for a chance like the Rangers, who've been leading the division for a while, could be possibly contenders for a World Series. And that's something that we have to look at when it comes down to it. So, guys, once again, this is going to be a fluid live stream. It's going to pop on throughout the night, throughout the morning tomorrow, through the afternoon tomorrow, through the deadline. So, as I said, 2-hour stream right now that is going to lead to a few hours of let things develop a little bit in the morning. Once everybody starts waking up and getting through the day, about 8:30, 9 o'clock, I'm going to pop on back the stream. You're going to see the same exact picture. You're going to thumbnail, and it's going to say part 2. That is going to lead into the morning. It's going to lead all the way from 8:30, 9 o'clock, all the way until 6 p.m. tomorrow night. So we're going to have a lot of live coverage, a lot of information that's going to be going on. And I think it's very important that fans of teams that are either sellers or buyers take your emotion out of it, because as a Met fan, the emotions can get the best of you. And I've seen it on Mets Twitter. I've seen it on social media in general, right? People have instant reactions, especially to the David Robinson trade, but specifically the Scherzer trade recently as well, where people are really not really paying attention exactly what their team is trying to do. And for the Mets case, and just a team in general, what you want from an organization as a fan is doing one thing or the other. Do not half-ass a deadline, either being a seller or a buyer. Don't, sell some, but not all, when you could have probably sold all and got a lot back. And you kind of in between. You're in this limbo area where you're in between, and it really doesn't make you better, and it really doesn't make you contend this year or be to go for it this year. That's where it is right now. And in a situation where an organization puts their foot down and says, "This is what we're doing, no matter if you like it or not. This is what we think is the best course of action," and that is something that you have to really take, especially as a Mets fan. In my case, where you have to look at it this way: Steve Cohen. Probably more Steve Cohen than Billy Epler, but probably Billy Epler too. They put their foot down and says, we are going to be sellers. We're not going to be a fire sale, but we're going to be sellers in a situation where we are retooling. We're building a farm system, getting a better farm system, as also going into the fact that the Mets are really not trading guys that you probably think would have been on the roster next year. Scherzer was kind of 50-50, but I think his comments the other day after his start kind of pushed the organization over the edge and saying, listen, you sucked. You were the big reason why we are not contenders in 2023. You were one of the main reasons. If we're going to get something back for you, and again, if you're not shocked by what the Mets got back for Scherzer, then what were you talking about the entire time when all I've heard from Mets fans, Scherzer is washed. He's done. $43 million was a real waste of time and money spent. Well, you just got Acuna, who's now number 2 in your farm system now. That is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. And Andre, I don't think it affects Alonso's desire to stay. Listen, if my biggest problem with the Mets players' reactions was, what the hell did you expect was going to happen? What did you expect? You got 100 games to prove yourself. You've all failed. The majority of you failed. All of you that we needed to pick it up, right? There was a chance 15-game stretch prior to the All-Star break. You didn't do nothing in that situation. You had 6 games prior to the deadline, and you needed to go 5-1 or 6-0 in that 2 games against the Yankees, 4 games against the Nationals. You went 4-2. The organization, and even Cohen came out and gave you a boost of confidence, saying, we're not firing Buck, we're not firing Epler. We're going to stay the course until we have to make a decision. Well, Cohen gave you that boost of confidence and saying, here, this is your chance, guys. There's 40 games until the deadline. Do something. They did not. Nobody to blame but themselves. Look in the mirror. I don't want to hear Alonso says, oh, well, I really have to think about the contract. People with no trade clauses are getting traded. Well, I just don't understand. Nimmo and McNeil saying, oh, I got to speak to the organization. Why? Like, what do you think you're going to get from them? If I'm Cohen, if I'm Epler, and any of these guys sit down, I'm going to pull up their numbers and say, well, you're one of the reasons. And I'm going to do it for every one of the players that want to talk to Cohen or Billy Epler or just the organization in general. I'm sorry, guys. When you don't perform and you have the expectations and the payroll that the Mets had and you failed, nothing's going to happen except exactly what happened. And if you're shocked by that, then you are not in touch with reality. You are in another world. And I truly love the fact that the players feel like they can always make a run, because I always I want players to feel like they can always turn it around. But the organization had to make a decision. They made a decision. Just because you don't agree with the decision they made on Robinson earlier, 4 days before the deadline, I'd rather a team, an organization, make that decision and know what they're doing than going to the deadline not knowing what they're going to do. Because that happened to the Mets in 2019. That happened to the Mets last year, where they were buyers, but were they really buyers? They half-assed the whole buying situation last year. 2021, they also half-assed it by giving away one of their top prospects for Javier Baez, when we all knew the Mets weren't very good in 2021. So in the situation where the Mets are in right now, they're doing the best for the organization. And if players don't see that, then you know what? Do you want to get moved? Because we can find a suitor. Because if you really don't want to be here and you don't believe in this organization, then we don't want you here. Honest to God. And that goes for Alonso, that goes for McNeil, that goes for Nimmo. Not saying that the Mets should trade these guys. But if you don't use McNeil and Nimmo specifically, you signed extensions. You signed long-term deals with this team. You know there was always a possibility if things went sour, especially with a lot of guys like Canna and Pham and Scherzer, guys on short-term deals, guys on expiring contracts. If things didn't work out, you know this deadline was possible. It's just that simple. And you know what? By trading Scherzer and Robinson, the Mets got Marco Vargas, who was a helium prospect, who was expected to make a quick run through the minor leagues and will be promoted rather quickly, and has already shown promise in his first game in the Mets system, along with Acuna, who everybody believes is a guy that the Mets are going to be really, really proud of. Probably is a candidate to be on this Mets roster in 2024. And people are like, oh, he's an infielder. No. He can also play the outfield as well, and very well at that. He's a speedster. He steals a ton of bases. He has 42 stolen bases in 80 games. He's batting .315 in Double-A. Power-wise, he's only 21. So power-wise, I would like to see more power, but that comes with experience and years as well. So he's a guy that is a candidate to be part of this roster in 2024. That's how good he is and can be. There's a lot of potential there, along with Vargas. And Vargas is a guy, people are like, oh, he's only 18 years old. Yeah, that's fine. But he is a helium prospect where people believe at 20 years old, he'll probably be in Double-A. He's going to be in High A probably next year. And it wouldn't be shocked by the end of next year, he's going to play a few games in Double-A. You might see him as a September call-up next year, or possibly definitely 2025. So that is something that is the most important part. And Andre, that's a good point. The core is the problem. The core of the problem is Alonso, McNeil, and Nimmo. Last time I checked, they fell apart in September. They were the ones that, were basically got punched in the face and never recovered. You know what? You were supposed to be the leaders. You were supposed to be the veterans of this team. You were supposed to be the core players to get your team back up when you get punched in the face and keep going. Once the Mets lost the division to the Braves, it seemed like they checked out in the playoff game against the Padres. That's on them. That's on nobody else. The fans showed up. The fans cheered. The fans tried to believe. You didn't. You didn't produce. That's on you. Let's give me a second. Yeah, and pitching, exactly. And I just brought that up, and I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, mentally weak. Absolutely. Like, nobody feels sorry for you guys. I'm sorry. You know what? How about looking at your bank accounts and let me know how you're producing? All right? Because that $43 million Scherzer was making, he was making something that Senga was getting. He's pitched better. Senga's getting $50 million a year. You're lucky if Scherzer deserves that. Sorry, you can't pitch to a 4 ERA. The last time you won a big game was probably May of 2022, if you're Scherzer. All right? Every big game. We needed you in Boston when you gave up those 5 home runs on hanging sliders. We would have won that series if Scherzer pitched well. What if we win that series against the Red Sox going into the Yankee series? maybe the Mets would have decided, hey, maybe we're going to be buyers and get some bullpen help. But no, you lost the series against the Red Sox. You split against the Yankees. And oops, sorry, you didn't produce. You didn't get the job done. You had 100-plus games to turn this around. You did not. This is what happens. Too bad for you. So, once again, guys, I'm going to throw up the MLB tracker just to show you guys what is going on and all the trades throughout from July 19th. I think trades started to happen here. So we're going to look at it really quickly. So the first real trade that really started to go on a couple of days before the deadline, July 19th, was Shintaro Fujinami was traded to the Orioles for Easton Lucas to Oakland. So that was the first trade. The Orioles stepped on that. They need some arms in that rotation, and that is something that they did. A guy that throws extremely hard, has potential, but hasn't really pitched well for the A's. On July 20th, we had the Atlanta Braves acquiring Pierce Johnson from Colorado from Victor Vodnik and Tanner Gordon. So a couple of arms moving to both teams. And Pierce Johnson is a relief pitcher that will help the bullpen that has been struggling for the Atlanta Braves. Also, Taylor Hearn, left-handed pitcher, is going to help out the Braves as well. They need arms. A lot of injuries in that Braves rotation and bullpen that hasn't been really good. And that was traded for Texas, and they gave cash to Texas. That was July 24th. And then the Miami Marlins acquired Jose Castillo and was sent cash to the San Diego Padres. Here is where it gets a little bit more interesting. The Dodgers acquired Kiki Hernandez, who was a former Dodger a few years ago. They traded Nick Robinson and Justin Hageman to the Red Sox for Kiki Hernandez. Then we're starting to get into it a little bit more. Seattle acquires Trent Thornton from the Blue Jays, and Mason McCoy was going back to the Blue Jays. And here we go with Jorge Lopez was acquired for the Marlins, and Minnesota got Dylan Floro. And then a very odd trade between the Dodgers and the Guardians. I'm not sure why the Guardians made this move, but also they made another big trade earlier where the Cleveland Guardians are becoming sellers at this point now. So the Dodgers acquired shortstop Ahmed Rosario, two former Mets, by the way. Noah Syndergaard is going to the Guardians, and he actually pitched for the Guardians today. Angels require Lucas Giolito and Reynaldo Lopez for Edgar Quero and Kai Bush. So the Angels are clearly going for it at this point after taking Ohtani off the market. Milwaukee acquired Carlos Santana to solidify that first baseman / DH for them as well to bolster that lineup a little bit more. And Johnny Severino is traded to the Padres. And here comes the New York Mets by trading David Robinson to the Miami Marlins, and they got back infielder helium prospect Marco Vargas and catcher Ronald Hernandez, two guys that are 18 and 19 years old who are considered pretty good prospects. Ronald Hernandez, I believe, is in the top 15 now, and Vargas is the 7th-ranked prospect in the Mets system. So a good deal for both sides, in my opinion. The Dodgers trade for Lance Lynn and Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly ends up back with the Dodgers again. The White Sox acquired Trace Thompson, Nick Nastrini, and Jordan Leisure for that trade. And then the Chicago White Sox, Corey Lee is acquired from the White Sox, and the Astros get Kendall Graveman, the relief pitcher, which will help bolster their bullpen as well. Here is a trade that happened 2 days ago. Max Scherzer and cash considerations is going to the Texas Rangers. About $35 million in cash is going to the Rangers. The Mets are going to save about $22.5 million in this deal, and they acquire top prospect, 44 ranked prospect in MLB's pipeline of top 100, Luis Angel Acuna, who is the little brother of Ronald Acuna Jr., is going to the Mets, and Luis Angel Acuna is now the number 2 prospect in the Mets system. He is a middle infielder / outfielder who can play shortstop, second base, and a few probably all outfield positions. So Acuna is probably going to be A very, very good player, and I think a lot of indications are he's going to be very good. Toronto Blue Jays acquired Jordan Hicks from the Cardinals, getting more bolster in that bullpen for Toronto. St. Louis acquires Adam Kloffenstein and Sam Roberts, two prospects that are going to the Cardinals as the Cardinals start to sell off some pieces. Jordan Montgomery and Chris Stratton is going to the Rangers from St. Louis. Infielder Thomas Sagis, who was a guy that the Mets were in on when it came to this Max Scherzer deal, he is going to St. Louis. A very good hidden infielder who is probably going to be up very shortly for the Cardinals. Takewa Robbie and John King is going in that deal for the two players, Montgomery and Stratton. The Atlanta Braves acquire Nick Lopez from the Kansas City Royals for Taylor Hearn. Another nice trade by the Angels acquiring C.J. Cron and Randall Grichuk for two prospects, Jake Madden and Mason Albright. Angels are clearly going for it and bolstering their arms and, of course, their lineup as well. And another trade that was I thought was a really good trade for the Tampa Bay Rays, trading for Aaron Savali, who is pitching extremely well for the Guardians, has a couple of years of control, which we know the Rays love. Cheap and controllable and very good is exactly what the Rays always go for. And they trade one of their top prospects, number 6 prospect, Kyle Manzardo, who is a first baseman, and that obviously is the Guardians are selling away. So we all know the Guardians are another team that loves to get young, cheap, controllable players, and that's where the Rays needed arms in their rotation with all their injuries, and they got in Savali. Paul Sewell was traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Extremely good trade for a Diamondbacks team that has been falling very rapidly in the playoff standings. They needed some help in their bullpen. They get Paul Sewell, who's not having a great year as he did last year, but definitely a relief arm that the Diamondbacks really need. They traded Dominic Canzone, Josh Rojas, and Ryan Bliss to acquire Sewell. Mets, this just happened. Mark Canha was traded to the Brewers for 30-ranked prospect in the Brewers system, Justin Jarvis, who is seemed to be a guy that could be a part of an MLB team very, very shortly, if not this year, definitely next year. The Chicago Cubs acquired a guy, Heimer Candelario, from the Washington Nationals. The Mets just seen him. Candelario is a nice bat to have, hits for average, plays multiple infield positions, and the Nationals get back Kevin Made and DJ Hers right now. And, of course, what we just found out about 25 minutes ago, A.J. Pollock and Mark Mathias is going to the Giants for a player to be named later and cash. So that's where we are right now in the trade scenario for give me a second. Sorry about that, guys. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. So, so those are all the trades at the current moment. And, of course, my screen is going nuts. I apologize, guys. Give me a second. It's been a lot of live streams lately, so just hang in with me there. We'll be here for another hour and a half, and we're going to continue this coverage early tomorrow morning all the way until 6 p.m. deadline tomorrow on August 1st. All right, guys. So, with all these trades, you see the teams that are going for it. Arizona needed the relief arm. They got Sewell. The Brewers needed the utility guy, an extra bat. Mark Canha is that guy. Candelario to the Cubs. Pollock to the Giants. Savali to the Rays. That was something that a lot of these teams needed certain guys, and they got basically what they got at the moment. You know, I'm a little surprised about the Baltimore Orioles. That's a team that has been talked about with the Mets and Justin Verlander, along with the Houston Astros and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Tommy Pham looked like he's going to be on his way out, if not tonight, probably early tomorrow. Is a guy that I think that the Mets can get probably a top 20 prospect for, considering the fact what teams are getting for probably mid-level guys like Tommy Pham. We'll see about that. So, once again, guys, thank you for tuning into the MLB Trade Deadline special right here live on Talking Mets with Rob. Make sure, guys, that you tune in throughout the night, throughout tomorrow morning. 19 and a half hours until the trade deadline. So we're going to have a ticking clock here going until August 1st, 6 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Is there going to be a blockbuster trade that is going to take place? You know, the Yankees, for all you Yankee fans that might be watching right now, I don't know what the Yankees are going to do, guys. The Yankees are in trouble, right? You know, Aaron Judge has just come back. You know, how many times can this guy be the savior at this point, coming back from that toe injury? Listen, Yankee fans, if you're in here right now, speak up. Let me know what you're thinking right now. What do you think the Mets should do? The Yankees should do. I'm sorry. What do you think they should do? I mean, in my opinion, guys, the Yankees need to sell off what they can right now. You know, they got a lot of good bullpen arms. They're going to be highly coveted in this deadline right now. You got to think about trading some bullpen arms. You know what? Trade Gleyber Torres. You might be able to get a decent prospect back for him. You know, that's where the Yankees are right now. You know, if somebody is willing to take Severino, try to get something back. The Yankees farm system is in trouble too. I've talked about this for years. You know, the Yankees trade prospects away and they end up off the face of the earth, or they're basically fringe minor leaguers and never really make it. You know, Duran is the only guy probably in the last 6-7 years that the Yankees have traded that actually has shown something, and that was the trade for Joey Gallo when they got him, and he's been very good, Duran, for the Texas Rangers. So, you know, if I'm the Yankees right now, in my opinion, I would sell off what I can. You know, there's certain guys like LeMahieu, Stanton, teams are not going to take those contracts. You know, you got Rodon. You just hope next year with Cole, he's healthy, and you have a nice 1-2 punch. You know, I have no idea what you're going to do with the lineup. You know, I truly believe that the Yankees were counting on Bellinger being available, and once that came off the board and the Cubs weren't trading him, the Yankees were very much in trouble. So, I wouldn't. You see, Buck hasn't had a good year, but I don't know what Buck can do when Pete Alonso hits 210, when Jeff McNeil is hitting 70 points less than he did last year, when Nimmo, it's hard to kill Nimmo, but Nimmo's a guy who, you know, is hitting more home runs, but he's striking out a lot more as your leadoff hitter, and his on-base percentage is actually down from last year as well. You know, I mean, how is this on Buck? You know, Buck can't tell Scherzer to not hang a slider every single time to the Boston Red Sox. You know, unfortunately for us, Verlander was out the first month, and I think that hurt him, right? You know, Buck hasn't had a good year managerial-wise, but I don't know what you can do on all these players who are having down season. You know, I'm sorry. If you think Buck being fired would have changed the season around, you have another thing coming. You haven't watched his team enough. Yeah, he is the manager. He is. But you're going to tell me Dusty Baker is a good manager because the Astros won a World Series for him when Dusty Baker couldn't get out of the first round of any playoffs or made terrible decisions in the playoffs with the Giants and the Cubs, and all of a sudden you consider him a good manager? PK, listen up. If you think the manager is the number one problem, you are clearly mistaken. Now, again, is Buck partially to blame? Absolutely. He's made some stupid decisions this year, and I'm a Buck supporter, but he's made a lot of silly decisions. But honestly, is it Buck's fault that Alonso's batting 210? Is it Buck's fault that Brett Beatty couldn't catch a pop-up again in the Dodgers series? Is it Buck's fault that Nimmo dropped the fly ball? Is it Buck's fault that the Mets can't hit for the life of them when McNeil is batting 70 points less? When Lindor is batting 230? When Alonso's batting 210? When Nimmo is striking out more and his on base is down? Like, what is Buck supposed to do? Right? Last time I checked, every time I hear Buck, he's always giving confidence through the media for his team. Again, you know, if you're a baseball player, it's on you. right? When I struggled in college, I'm not blaming my manager because I sucked. I'm blaming myself. Really, PK? He hasn't changed lineups? Last time I checked, besides Nimmo and Alonso, Lindor has been moved to second and third a lot, right? Tommy Pham has moved up to the second spot. Brett Beatty Alvarez was third, fourth, sixth, ninth. He's been moving all around. And again, do you think that a guy like Rob Thompson is a good manager because he made the World Series with the Phillies? Well, if the Phillies are so good, why are they hanging on for a wild card spot? Look, there's a lot of problems with this team. Is Buck one of them? Absolutely. Now, am I on board? Right? Did Buck say to Ottavino, please have it almost 4 ERA? Hey, Raley, he's been good, right? Are you going to give credit to Buck because Raley's good? Or we're not going to do that? Do I think we need change? Yes. If we fire Buck at the end of the season, am I going to be mad? No. But if you think another manager would have helped this team as bad as they were, because last time I checked, any manager would have had the same bullpen. Is it Buck's fault that Drew Smith can't get out of his own way? No. Right? Yeah, I know KTU, but I mean, what was their options? You know what I'm saying? Like the Mets needed a leader, and for all the shit that we're giving Buck right now, Buck was the big reason why this Mets team had a really good year last year, right? He was the first ones that sat down McNeil and Lindor and said, stop this bullshit. All right? The hell with the Rock Raccoon. Act like professionals, right? Every button Buck pushed last year worked. This year, the buttons he pushed have not worked, right? And again, Buck is not the only one to blame here. You can blame Epler. You can blame the players. Everybody's at fault from top to bottom. Everybody. Again, you don't have the expectations that the Mets had starting the season and probably win 70 games this year. And everybody, and not one person is not, everybody's going to be to blame here. No, PK, Buck wasn't late with the young players last year. Epler was late with the players last year. Remember, Epler makes the decision to call these guys up. It's not Buck's fault that Alvarez was called up in the Braves series, in the most crucial series of the year. Brett Beatty came up, looked decent, struggled a little bit, and then got hurt. What was Buck supposed to do there? Right? And when Beatty came up, that was when Escobar was starting to ascend with his best month of the year. Punjab, he is a good fit for the Yankees. The problem is, I don't know what the hell the Yankees are doing. If the Yankees were actually look, I think Brian Cashman was staying hasn't been making trades because I don't think he believes his team can go on a run. I mean, why trade prospects for a team that can't get out of their own way either? And guys, who is Tommy Pham going to change the Yankees' fortune around? Probably not. So what are you going to give the Mets a top 20, a mid-level prospect, maybe a top 15 to 20 prospect? Yeah, PK, everybody. Right? Everybody wants a scapegoat, but it's not going to change the fact that everybody is to blame. Right? Just because, PK, you want a talking point, if Buck was fired and the Mets still suck this year, you were able to talk about Buck for 3 days, and then you're going to go right back to the teams playing like shit, and you're going to start talking about them, and you're going to find somebody else to blame. Right? Firing people is only a talking point for fans for a couple of days. And then when things don't turn around, which they probably weren't, now you're going to have to find somebody else to blame. Yeah, PK, and you will this offseason. Again, if you believe firing Hefner and Buck was going to change this season around, you are really, really mistaken, because this team absolutely sucked. The rotation from day one sucked. They didn't pitch. Any pitcher in the rotation did not get to the 6th inning until the middle of May. You're not freaking winning games that way. And that, what did that do in the corresponding aspect of everything? You killed your bullpen the first month and a half of the season because your starters could not get to the 6th inning of ball games. So you burn your bullpen. That's not Buck's fault. That's the starter's fault. Buck had to go to the bullpen. So now you overused your bullpen the first 2 months of the season. And now when your starting pitching starts to finally figure it out a little bit, your bullpen's already burnt. So when you need them in big spots, now they're failing. It's basically pitching 101. You're going to burn out your bullpen if your starters are not going long, right? You see it every year with the Yankees. Boone loves to take starting pitchers out, use their bullpen throughout the entire year. Well, guess what? The last 2 weeks, the bullpen has been struggling for the Yankees. Why? Because they're burnt out. Well, full put, I mean, Cohen's not stupid. He knows the reality. Epler didn't have to go to him and say, hey, and put it, I see it as this, right? Money's already spent, right? That's what Cohen said in his press conference, right? Understandably so, right? But if you look what Cohen just did, he actually saved money on Scherzer by trading him, $22 million to be exact, right? He actually saved money on the Cannon deal because there's a vesting option for Canna that now the Brewers are probably going to take on, not the Mets, right? So the Mets already saved about $27 million in these trades, and they actually might save more depending on who else they trade, right? So in this aspect, the Mets basically saved $22 million, yet build up their farm system in the process. So it's not all bad. This year is bad, but you can't change the fact that it's bad. All you can do is better your organization going forward. And if that's bolstering your farm system, then so be it. And that's what they're doing right now. There is not one trade right now that you should be mad about. Now, if you were mad about the David Robertson trade because it was 4 days before the deadline, I can get on board with that. But you can't be mad about what they got back for a 39-year-old who is having a really good season on an expiring contract. They got 2 prospects that were 18th and 19th in the Marlins system. One is your 7th prospect, and the other one is in your top 15. That's a good that's good assets to get back for a guy that's 39 years old on an expiring contract having a really good year. Same thing with Scherzer. I'm sorry, guys. Nobody thought, there was people in my stream a week ago that were not even talking about Scherzer getting traded because we didn't think we can get anything back for him. We just got Luis Angel Acuna, who is the 44th ranked prospect in MLB's top 100 pipeline. That's a big deal. Now, you want to kill Billy Epler for his offseason and the lack of bullpen he got? Kill him. The trade deadline in 2022? Kill him. The amount of money he spent, which was also approved by Cohen, you can kill him for that. But what 2 things you cannot kill Billy Epler on is that the last 2 drafts have been one of the best in all of baseball. Last year, he was ranked number 1 in draft class for the draft he had last year with Jet Williams and Kevin Parada, who are showing how good they really are. This year, right, with not even having a first-round pick, got a guy that was 12th ranked in the draft. They got him at 32. They also had a top 5 draft as Baseball America ranked them as the number 5th best draft of the 2023 draft. So that's something that Billy Epler has done well. And he also has done a good job so far in his trade deadline. He has not traded Justin Verlander yet. You know why he hasn't traded Justin Verlander yet? Because somebody's got to blow him away with an offer that he can't refuse. That no smart GM can refuse. If there's a deal, a package, like a lot of talk is about the Dodgers, the Astros, and now the Orioles. The Dodgers have the best farm system out of the three. If you can get back a king's ransom for Justin Verlander, you really have to think about trading Justin Verlander. If not, and Chris, who CP New York Sports Pod, who was just on the Roundtable podcast prior to this stream with me, he said it. The Mets are in a win-win situation with Justin Verlander. If you don't get what you want for Justin Verlander, you keep him. Next year, he'll be a solid number 2 along with Kodai Senga. But if you get a king's ransom back and the Dodgers are desperate for Verlander and they give you what you want, you get back really, really good prospects that can help you next year and even bolster your farm system even more, where that can be leading towards, hey, maybe in the offseason we use a couple of those organizational depth that we acquired and make a big trade for a starting pitcher. That's a possibility in the offseason too. A lot of intangibles here with not just getting organizational depth in your farm system now, which the Mets lacked the last 2 seasons. Probably a big reason why the Mets didn't do what they had to at the trade deadline in 2022 because they were afraid of trading their top prospects because they had no organizational depth. They do now. So now the Mets are in a prime spot now in the offseason. If they if a starting pitcher that is worth getting, like a Corbin Burns, who might be on the market, because the contract is not really going to happen with the Brewers. He might be on the trade market in the offseason. Maybe the Mets do something like that. That would be a good get. Organizational depth, acquiring prospects, building up that farm is not only to get guys up at the majors. Yes, that's key, but also making trades that can benefit your major league roster right away. I don't know about that, PK. JV sounds like he wants to be here. He was the one that said he wants to be here. But if it turns out that the Mets organization decides that they're going to go in a different direction, JV is willing to waive his no-trade clause. Is Goldschmidt available? Probably. But I don't know. Albino, I agree with you. I think it's a situation where if the Mets trade Verlander, I do think it's going to be 2 top 5 prospects at the least. Definitely needs to be 3 in the top 10, or at least the top 15. And some pitchers need to be in that too. So that's something you have to look at. Let me just look at something, guys. Appreciate that, PK. I appreciate that, man. And thank you for going back and forth with me. Hey, we don't have to always agree. And listen, I'm one of these guys, and I know there's a lot of content creators, especially specifically on YouTube, that block people because they don't agree with them, or when they don't agree with you, they make you look like a fool. I don't try to be that person. If you don't agree with me and you want to have a conversation and have a debate, I'm all for it, because I appreciate fans that are passionate. Listen, I'm passionate. You have to listen to my big mouth talk, right? You can shut me off, right? At any moment. And I know that. And I do appreciate the fact that if you're passionate about your team, and I don't care if you're not a Mets fan, listen, this channel is based on Mets in general, obviously, but a lot of my subscribers are fans of other teams. And that's a fact. You can the list is beyond. When I checked it out, you could imagine how many Braves, Phillies, Dodgers, and Yankee fans are subscribers of my channel. You know why? Because I try to be unbiased with my takes. And as much as I love to be a troll sometimes, and yeah, I'll be that person sometimes. You'll get the biased reaction out of me sometimes as a Mets fan. Absolutely. Like watching the Yankees lose 5-1 today made me feel good. And that's not something that I hide. Right? I can't stand the Yankee fans. Right? I deal with a lot of them on a daily basis at work, in my life. But that doesn't mean that I don't respect your fandom or your passion for your team. Appreciate that, PK. Kyle, you're a Twins fan. Yeah, there's some talk about the fact that that the Mets are looking at I forgot his name. He's one of the guys. It was a first round pick a couple of years ago that the Mets are looking into, and the Twins are looking at Tommy Pham as well. So we'll see what happens there with the Twins. The Twins need to make some moves. Honestly, the Braves got to give me your top 3 prospects. Other than that, you're not going to the Braves. I'm sorry. No, I'm not helping you. Yeah, Lenark, thank you so much, Dwayne. Appreciate that. I knew it was an L. I just, I've done a lot of streams today, guys. I'm exhausted. Yeah, Kyle Lopez. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, and listen, look, I want the Phillies, the Braves, and the Yankees to all crash and burn. But I also have to be realistic and be fair to the fan bases of those teams, right? I got a ton of Brave fans that come on my channel and support me, even though they're Brave fans. And they come with good stuff sometimes in their chats. There's some trolls. Obviously, social media. What do you expect, right? But no doubt, right? I've been a one guy, and if you can go back to last year's streams, when the Mets were 10 games up in the division, I know seemed like impossible, right? I know 10 games up on the Braves and the Phillies, and I said to Met fans, you can be confident, but don't be cocky. It can change rather quickly. And I never counted out the Braves. I was never that person, because I think you have to take them off their throne and win the division before you can say and be cocky about it. Until you do, you got to give the respect to that team. And I've always gave the respect of the Braves, right? In my preseason predictions for the divisions, I had the Braves winning the division by about 3 or 4 games. It's a hell of a lot more. But, nobody could predict how bad the other teams were in the division, right? The Phillies are a fringe playoff team. The Marlins are a surprise. And the Mets are a disaster, right? I don't think I didn't think the Mets were going to win 100 games again. I think I had them at 92 wins this year. Is that fool's gold? No, I think a lot of these guys are underperforming. Not a bad team. I just think they all underperform. A lot of them have. And that's been their demise. But I'll be damned telling you as a Mets fan that the Mets are going to win a division when the Braves are clearly in control of this division until they're not. When the Mets if the Mets win the division in the future, maybe I'll get a little cocky, but that doesn't mean I won't show respect either, right? The Braves won in 2021, and they're not even close to as good as a team as the last 2 years. And the Braves didn't win last year. They got knocked out in the DS against the Phillies, right? You can't predict this stuff. The 2021 Braves weren't even close as good as a team as they were last year or this year. Now, this year hasn't been written yet, but any team can get knocked off no matter how good you are. The Dodgers, who were the best team in baseball last year, who cruised to an NL West title, lost to the Padres in the division series. Can't make this crap up, guys, right? The Nationals, the Braves, the Phillies all made the World Series, and none of them were the best teams at that time, right? The Nationals snuck into the playoffs, went on a run, won a World Series against the Astros. The Braves in 2021, what did they win? 89 games, if I'm not mistaken? A team where they were going to win the division because everybody else sucked in the NL East. So they were going to make the playoffs regardless. And they made, decent moves at the deadline. Duvall, Rosario, and Soler. Those guys weren't earth-shattering moves. And they ended up being a key part of why they won the World Series. Soler, the World Series MVP. Rosario was a key guy in the playoffs. Duvall hit some big home runs down the stretch. And you can't predict this stuff. It's not always the big moves that put you over the top, right? It could be those small moves. I mean, the Braves had to get a whole new outfield. And, the Braves can thank the Mets because in 2021, right before the deadline, the Mets had a 4-game series against the Braves. And there was a lot of talk that the Braves are going to be sellers if they lost that series to the Mets or split it. They took 3 out of 4, and it made them think to be buyers. And look what happened. They won a World Series because of that. Yeah, and look, we saw the dominance of the Braves of the 90s with the Smoltz, Glavine, Maddox, Brian Jordans, the Joneses, all those guys, right? The Rafael Furcals of the world, right? All those guys for years, right? For so many years. The John Rocker years. They were winning division. There was nobody that could stop the Braves winning the NL East. Yet they only had 1 World Series during that run in 95, right? You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, just because you win divisions and you look great doesn't mean you're going to win World Series. I mean, you can probably argue that the Braves had one of the best rotations in those 90 years with Glavine and Maddox and Smoltz. I mean, how can you beat that? Yet they won 1 World Series during that reign. Chipper Jones has 1 World Series ring. Like, the Met killer. He named his freaking kid Shea, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? You can't predict this stuff. And if you think you can now, with more teams added to the playoffs bracket, it's crazy, right? Because I'm going to tell you this right now. There will be a surprise team that goes on a run in the playoffs. And there's going to be a good team that probably is going to get knocked out. Now, who that is, who the hell knows? But there is one thing I am very certain about. A team that is in top 10 in payroll will probably win the World Series. You know why? Because that's what usually happens. For everybody who kills teams for spending money, right? There's a big possibility that the top 3 teams in payroll are not going to make the playoffs. The Mets, the Padres, and the Yankees. Go figure, right? But even the 2021 Braves were the 10th top payroll in baseball. The Nationals were in the top 10, right? The Astros were in the top 10, right? Keep on going on. The Red Sox, the Astros of 2017, even the Royals of 2015. People were like, oh, no. They weren't top. Yes, they were. They went for it in 2015 after they failed in 2014. The 2015 Royals payroll were number 9 in 2015 because they started to spend a little bit more money, getting a couple of pitches in, taking on some money to bolster their team, their roster in 2015. Well, Alien, you know what? Teams like the Rays, teams like the Marlins, right? Especially specifically the Rays, right? They have really good regular seasons. They make a little bit of noise in the playoffs, and then they don't win. Now, can that change this year? Absolutely. There's always an anomaly, right? But would you be shocked if, the Arizona Diamondbacks make a run in the playoffs, get to the World Series, and they face off against the Toronto Blue Jays? Would you be shocked? You shouldn't be. Because if you notice something, the best team always doesn't win, right? Dodgers had the best record in baseball last year. How did that work out for them? They dominated the Padres in the regular season. The Padres wiped the floor at them in the NLDS. The Phillies gave problems to the Braves all season. And the Braves played them well. But the Phillies played well against the Braves. The Phillies were hot in the playoffs. They took care of the Braves with basically no problem. How can you predict that? The number 2 and number 3 wildcard team were in the NLCS last year in the National League. That's crazy. Hater, how you doing? I would say that's a silly, sarcastic comment, but who wouldn't trade a player for their analytical and developmental staff? Because they're doing something right. But let's be honest, guys, they have not won yet. Until, we used to praise for years the Moneyball Billy Bean / Sandy Alderson years, specifically Billy Bean and the Moneyball era. They always had nice regular seasons. They had okay postseasons, but guess what? They never won. Until a team like the Rays, until a team like the Oakland A's or the Marlins, or teams that like the penny pinch and thinking they're smarter than everybody else when they never actually win a World Series. How about teams stop trying to replicate that crap? Because they didn't win yet. Maybe the Rays find a way to win this year. If they do, there's going to be teams that try to replicate that. But until they win, could we calm down with these teams? Yeah, Marte's not going to get traded. He's on the injured list. He should be back in this Royal Series with the Mets. But yeah. Well, Michael, sure. But I guarantee you said that last year, too, about the Dodgers. Right? The Braves weren't even considered the favorite for the World Series in 2021. The Astros were. Right? The Dodgers were as well. Imagine Orioles and Brewers. Yeah, look, I'm all on board. Look, if you want to keep JV, I'm not going to be mad about that. Right? He'll definitely be probably a pretty good, but there is a risk in there. He's going to be 41 years old. That arm's going to fall apart at some point. The Mets can't afford to have JV come back next year and pitch like Scherzer did this year. Because if you do, you're very much in trouble. That's why I said it. If the New York Mets get a package they can't refuse, you have to really think about making that trade, because it'll probably benefit your team more trading him than actually keeping him. All right, guys, so we got another hour to go. And once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to an MLB Trade Deadline special live right here on Talking Mets and Rob. If you're a new subscriber of the channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. All are welcome, Mets fans, any fans of any team, it doesn't matter. We're trying to get through this trade deadline. A lot of teams are on thin ice here. Right? It's going to be very interesting to see what the Yankees are going to do. I think the Yankees are a fascinating story this deadline, because I think their hopes and dreams, especially with Cashman, fell down. And I think his heart dropped to the floor once the Cubs weren't going to trade Bellinger, because I think that was the key guy Cashman was going to go after. And I think they're in trouble. There was talk about Gritchuk. Well, he's gone. The Mets are in trouble here, and I don't think the Mets are going to trade Tommy Pham to the Yankees. I think they would rather trade him elsewhere and probably get back something better. So it is slow right now. Again, it's probably not shocking. It's 11 o'clock at night in the East Coast. You might get something happening small on the West Coast since it's only not 8 o'clock there. So, no, but we didn't sell. This is not a fire sale. This is retooling. What you did right now, you traded 2 expiring contracts in Robinson and Canna, soon to be Pham. You traded away a washed-up Scherzer, who has not pitched well in a big game for the New York Mets probably since May of 2022. Right? And you saved $22 million by trading Scherzer. That's not fire sale. That is smart retooling. And we talked about that on the Roundtable podcast. We all agreed. This has been a trade deadline where, now, some people might have been shocked about Scherzer, but you got back something that nobody thought you can get back in Luis Angel Acuna, Ronald Acuna's brother, who is very highly regarded, and who possibly could be on this Mets roster next year. There's a pretty good chance of that. So I'm going to turn on MLB Network. I think they got baseball games on right now, but I want to see. I'm going to check Twitter really quickly, guy. For a second. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. There's a lot of talk about Yamamoto, who is the next one that's going to be leaving Japan, and the Mets are all over him. So that's another reason why the Mets might really think about trading Justin Verlander. But it's not a fire sale. A fire sale is trading Alonso, McNeil, Nimmo, or even one of them. Again, trading expiring contracts is not a fire sale. That is smart business. That is smart for your organization. Scherzer wasn't going to probably help this team next year, right? What was he going to be? A number 3 or a number 4? How is that helping the team spending $43 million? Yes. See, Chris, you know what I'm talking about, man. I'll tell you. I did a Mets trade deadline preview earlier today at 2. I did a roundtable podcast at 8 with you guys, and now I'm back on at 10, from 10. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And Andy Martino also said that the Scherzer deal wasn't going to happen yesterday. So believe what you want to believe with him. So, and again, why shouldn't the Mets listen to offers on everybody? Why not? What if a team comes to you and says, hey, we really like Jeff McNeil. We'll give you a top 5 prospect for him. You're going to say no to that? Come on. If they say, hey, we'll give you one of our top pitching prospects for Jeff McNeil. Are you going to cry about losing Jeff McNeil when you got Mauricio in the pipeline? You got Acuna on the pipeline? Come on, guys. I mean, you got to be smart. Again, I don't think, look, if the Mets by 6 p.m. tomorrow trade, now I wouldn't even say McNeil because I think McNeil can be traded. I don't think that's probably a situation where you should be shocked if he is. Lindor and Nimmo on Alonso, if one of those guys are traded, then we could talk about a fire sale and talk about what the hell the Mets are doing. All right. So a fire sale, I'm sorry, the Mets traded 2 expiring contracts in Robertson and Canna, and soon will be Pham. That is not a fire sale. A fire sale is what the Padres did in 2016, right? A fire sale is what the Yankees did in 2016, right? Right? Fire sales are when you trade off your high-end guys, and most of them, to get back prospects. The Mets have not traded any of those guys. Your core guys are still here. Until one of those guys are traded, it is retooling. And right now, you can't tell me the Mets are worse off than they were 72 hours ago. Because Robertson wasn't going to help this team make a run this year. If you really want Robertson back, you could sign him in the offseason. So the Mets get Acuna and get back Robinson, similar to what the Yankees did when they traded him to the Cubs, got Gleyber Torres, and re-signed Chapman the following year. Andre, I don't know. You don't think Alonso can get back a ton? Of course he can, because people believe that this average is an anomaly. He's a 250 hitter in his career. So batting 210 is just a down season, right? You can't have, what do you have, 4 seasons going into his 5 seasons? You take away the COVID year. Every year of I think his career average, is around 250. Yeah, Paul, it is a risk, but I mean, even if he pitches to a 3 ERA, it's probably a lot better than probably other guys you'll probably get. Yeah, and Navarez is probably going to get on the move too. He's controllable. He has an extra year of his career, of his contract. So, a team like the Yankees, if they are going to be buyers, they need a catcher. They lost Trevino. I'm not saying Navarro is going to get you anything back really, really good, but, you're going to get more organizational depth, which can't hurt. Yeah, Jason, they did get Montgomery. I think they also got somebody else. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. If I yawn, I do apologize, guys. It's been a long night. Well, I mean, they lost. Yeah, they didn't lose DeGrom. Okay, they decided that they weren't going to give 5 years to DeGrom, and it's looking like a very good decision to do that. Your number two pitcher, which was supposed to be Scherzer, was basically a number four this year. So what did the Mets really lose? Right? You could say the Justin Verlander signing was a hell of a lot better than the Jacob DeGrom signing. Right? Because Justin Verlander is actually pitching, and DeGrom misses basically all of this year, most likely all of next year, and the Rangers already lost 2 years of that 5-year deal. And there's no guarantee that DeGrom's going to come back and be as good as he once was. So, in this case, how did the Mets lose here? Because I don't think they have. Manuel, be careful with that, because people keep on saying that the same way they all thought Scherzer was going to be a Dodger when the Mets came in and swooped them away. Teams that are interested in Pham, there was a few of them. There was the Dodgers, there was the Yankees, there was some talk about the Phillies as well. Yeah, I don't think the Angels are going to sign him. I think the reason why they're going for it now is because they have a pretty good idea that Ohtani's going somewhere else. Thank you. Twins and Blue Jays. Yeah, the Twins just came up as a choice as well. President, I don't see why there's a zero chance. There's more of a chance now that Ohtani is not getting traded. Now, if Ohtani was on the trade market and he got traded to a team like the Mariners, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Yankees, then I could say the Mets are probably having no chance. But the reason why the Mets have a chance now is because he will be a free agent come season end. And if you haven't learned anything about Steve Cohen, when he gets a guy he wants in a room, there's a pretty good chance that guy is not leaving. And again, I still think it's a minimal chance, but don't count out Steve Cohen, because I'm gonna tell you this right now. Steve Cohen will have the highest offer for Shohei Ohtani. And don't think money doesn't matter, because it does matter. I'm sorry. If Cohen offers $100 million more than everybody else, you don't think Ohtani's not going to take that? Why, Jason? Because they're trying. If this doesn't tell you by going for it, it tells you that they know Ohtani is probably leaving. So what is your best chance of keeping him? By showing him they're going for it. By showing him they're going to try to make the playoffs. Now, they can fail and not make the playoffs. They're 4 games out. If they don't make the playoffs, they went for it and traded prospects, knowing that Ohtani, there's a good chance that he might leave. So the Angels, in my opinion, made a stupid decision, because I think you could have got a whole new farm system for Ohtani. What a guy like Scherzer got Acuna back. Can you imagine what Ohtani can get on the trade market? That's crazy. So, in my opinion, there's a better chance. It's more likely now that the Mets are, I would say, number 3 on the list of getting Ohtani. Dodgers, I believe, is number 1. I honestly think the Angels are probably like 4 or 5. Number 2, I think, is going to be sneaky Seattle. But yeah, Albino, yes, he can. Because if Ohtani comes to the Mets, say if the Mets don't trade Verlander, you're going to have Senga, Ohtani, and Verlander as your 1, 2, 3. You're going to tell me you can't win with that? And then you're going to have a couple of young guys that are coming up like Acuna, and the Mets are going to spend some money. There's $125 million coming off the books for the Mets after the season. That's $125 million. You don't think Cohen is going to replenish this team? Percentage put, that's a great question, actually. I would say, man, that's hard. Because yesterday, I believe that Verlander was gone. So I'm gonna say 60%. I think that's good. 60%. And the only reason why I say that because there's only about 18 hours left until the deadline, and I do not know if the Mets really want to trade for Justin Verlander. I think they want to see if somebody's stupid enough and be desperate enough to say, we'll give you 3 top prospects. Or at least, I honestly think the Dodgers are under a lot of pressure. Why do I say that? Number one, Dodger fans went crazy this offseason because the Dodgers did not spend. Now, luckily for Dodger fans, the Dodgers are in first place and they're playing extremely well, which I don't think a lot of people expected. The second reason why there's a lot of pressure on them is because they actually are winning and are pretty good. And fans want them to do something to make a run in the playoffs. And if that requires the Dodgers to be a little bit desperate for a guy like Justin Verlander, and this also, remember, the Dodgers are still looking for an outfielder. This can be a package deal where you can put Tommy Pham and Justin Verlander together. That would require you a nice package coming back to the Mets. So, yeah, I mean, it's possible. Well, why not? Why wouldn't Senga have and you know what? Billy Epler has a great relationship with Ohtani. I mean, did anybody believe, right? There was no consideration that Ohtani was going to go to the Angels of all places when he was coming from Japan. Right? It was the Yankees. It was the Dodgers. It was the Mariners. Right? A lot of West Coast teams. Nobody was thinking about the Angels. But you know what happened? Billy Epler, who was the only GM from any organization who actually went to Japan, met with Ohtani and his family and sat down and built a relationship, gained the respect of Ohtani. Don't think these Japanese players are very known for respect. When you show that to them, they don't forget that. Look, Billy Epler was a big reason why they signed Senga. All right, there was a lot of talk that Senga wasn't going to be a Met because a day before Senga signed with the Mets, he was going to the Padres. That was the last team, other than the Mets, that were in on Senga. So don't think Billy Epler doesn't have a huge influence on these Japanese players, because he does. And I'm not saying, look, I think there's a better chance he goes to the Dodgers, Ohtani. But don't count out Billy Epler's relationship with Shohei Ohtani, and don't count out Steve Cohen, who gets guys into the room who didn't want to be with the organization, like Scherzer. Scherzer came out and said he didn't want to go to the Mets. But when he sat in the room with Steve Cohen, it made him think a second thought, because Cohen said to him, what is it going to take to come to the Mets? Scherzer says, well, the Dodgers are offering me a 2-year deal for a lot of money. I think it was around $40 million. Can you do better? How about giving me that extra year, that option? Cohen was like, we'll do it. So Cohen influenced Scherzer to come to the Mets by offering him that extra option year. If you don't think that's a big deal, then you're not paying attention. If you want to joke like Albino's doing right now and be like, oh, he'll woo him. Yeah, what do you think Billy Epler did to Shohei Ohtani? He wooed him, right? Everybody thought it was going to be the Mariners or the Dodgers or the Yankees for Ohtani. And it ended up being the Los Angeles Angels, who've won nothing, right? Ohtani went to a team that was terrible, that could not get out of their own way, that had not made the playoffs except for one time with the best player in baseball at the time, and Mike Trout. Right? I appreciate if you don't agree with me, but the facts are the facts. Billy Epler did what he had to do to get Ohtani when he was the Angels GM. He did what he had to do with Senga to bring Senga here when Senga was very close to going to the Padres. The day before Senga signed with the Mets, the Padres, according to Ken Rosendahl, John Heyman, Andy Martino, all the people you like and you respect and believe, said that the Padres were the favorite. The next day, Senga signed with the Mets. What do you think? Why do you think Senga had a change of heart? Do you think it was because he just had an epiphany? Oh, the Mets, great team. No. Billy Epler and Steve Cohen had something to do with that. Because the numbers and the contract was very similar to what the Padres offered. So they clearly wooed him to come to the Mets. And that is Billy Epler and Steve Cohen. Don't think that intangible is not important when it comes to these Japanese players, right? The New York Mets were the first team to have scouts on Yamamoto, major scouts, who is projected to be signing with a major league team. The Mets are the favorite to land him. Why is that? It's not just about the money either. Billy Epler has respect from these Japanese players. Don't think that has not been talked about by other players in Japan. Right? And again, I freaking killed Epler in the 2022 trade deadline. I think he had to do more. He failed. But that 22 offseason, how good was that Chris Bassett trade at the time when that came out of nowhere? Right? That Taiwan Walker. Right? Those trades, those signings, the Canna, Marte Escobar signings were solid signings. You needed that veteran presence in his lineup at the time. But Epler last year had the number one draft in Major League Baseball, according to the people in the know. And this year, he was ranked number 5, the Mets, in ranking of the draft, when he didn't even have a number 1 first-round pick. So Epler gets killed for a lot of things, but he had a great draft class last. He had 2 great drafts this year, the past 2 seasons. And this trade deadline, it's hard to fault him for what he's done and got back for us. When everybody thought Scherzer was going to get a bag of balls back if you traded him, he got one of the best prospects, the top 50 prospects in Major League Baseball, in Acuna, who is going to be up next year for the Mets, guaranteed. No. Well, how about this? How stupid are the Dodgers and the Mets? Because they almost, the Dodgers eventually signed him, but the Mets were the favorite, were the second team that were in on Bauer. Both of them were a disaster. Yeah, Albino, but what the hell do you think every team convinces them? Every team convinces a player to come to them. Why do you think they go into a room and have a meeting? You don't just walk into the street and says, "Hi, how you doing? Oh, hi, you're the Mets? Oh, hi, how you doing? Okay, yeah, we'll come." No. There's going to be convincing. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean it can't happen. When people are like, "Oh, it's not going to happen," there's more of a chance now because he's not getting traded. Now, again, I said this already. If Shohei Ohtani was going to get traded to a team like the Yankees, the Mariners, the Dodgers, the Padres, that team already got him in the room now. It's going to be very hard to pry him away. But now that he's going to be able to speak to other teams, and the Mets are going to be one of them, be careful with that. Sam, you're living in a dream world because I could have told you that Ohtani was never going to be an Angel when he was coming from Japan. Because why would anybody go to the Angels? You could have went to the Dodgers. Last time I checked, they're in California. You could have went to the Padres. They're in California. Could have went to the Giants or the Mariners. They're on the West Coast. But guess what? He went to the Angels, of all places, a losing franchise. A team that wasn't making the playoffs. Last time I checked, they weren't winning, and Ohtani decided to go there. All right, so let's see what's going on in the world of Twitter. We have a trade. All right, here we go. All right. So the Diamondbacks acquire A's infielder Jace Peterson for minor leaguer Chad Patrick. John Heyman, excuse me. Andy Martino tweeted about an hour ago, no Justin Verlander trade is close. If Houston gets aggressive on it, it could be a fit. So there you go. All right, guys, I'm just checking the comments, see if I miss it. Again, you keep on going with this Bauer situation. No. All right. If any team signs Bauer, you're gonna have a lot of you're gonna have a lot of angry people because this guy's a fool. He is still a cocky SOB for a guy who, again, not a lot has been proven, but he's not a very nice guy. All right, he's an ass, and he's getting rocked in Japan. So, well, Manuel, he might be. Yeah, well, Michael, and you know what? That would be the best thing the Mets can do, because the Mets need to sit back, take all the calls he can on JV, and at 5:45, you see what teams are left that missed out on every starting pitcher that was out there, and now that team you're gonna have over a barrel because they're gonna get desperate, and that's when you pounce. And if you don't get what you want, you keep JV, and you got a solid guy in your rotation for next year. But if you get blown away because that team's so desperate that they're willing to give you whatever you want, well, pack your bags, JV. You're going to that team. Jack, he is. He sucks. He's not that good. And again, come on. Like, do you want Trevor Bauer on your team? The guy is a terrible teammate. Just ask the Dodgers. Just ask the Guardians. Just ask the Reds. He's the second best hitter in baseball behind Ozuna. I'm sorry. I didn't want to laugh at that, but that was pretty good. All right, guys. So we got about a half hour left. Well, Sam, if he does, good for the Angels, right? Keep him out of the National League. I'll be happy with that. If he's not a Met, I don't want him in the National League, right? Let him beat up on the American League teams, right? That's my wish. If he's not going to become a Met, stay in the American League. I'll be happy with that. All right, guys. So we are about an hour and a half into this MLB Trade Deadline live special. Again, this is going to be a very fluid stream, right? I'm going to do 2 hours from 10 to 12. We're all going to get some sleep because there's probably not going to be a lot of moves really going to go crazy, probably overnight. I mean, if there is, I apologize. I got to get some sleep. My poor cat, well, I guess not poor, but yeah, I mean, it is. My poor kitten, who is named Shay, I mean, you're probably not shocked by that, is going to the vet tomorrow early in the morning to get neutered. Unfortunately for him, just like the Mets, their balls have been cut off this year. So he's going to get that operation, obviously. So I got to take him in the morning to get that done. And then I pick him up in the afternoon. So Explosive is going to be about a 18 to 20 hour stream. So we're going to have 2 hours tonight, 10 to 12. Around 8:30, 9 o'clock, just around when MLB Network goes to their trade deadline coverage, I'm going to start that back up, this stream up again between 8 and 9 o'clock, between 8 and 9:30, right? And we're going to run that through all the way until the deadline at 6 o'clock. I'm going to have people on. You're going to see the guys from the roundtable, Nelson, Chris, Hayden. I'm trying to get other people to come on just to talk about the deadline. And even if it's not a YouTuber that is a Mets content creator, if it's somebody else from another team, I emailed, I messaged a ton of people. Braves content creators, Yankees, Phillies, Dodgers, Angels, all over the place. I sent everybody the link to this stream. If anybody wants to come on at any moment, all they got to do is pop on and I'll put you right on. And you could talk about your team or whatever else you want to talk about. So most of the guests are probably going to come on tomorrow because I know a lot of them I'm probably sleeping. Well, Sam, that's fine. You can agree, you can disagree. But to say there's no shot is honestly, you're obviously have your right to your opinion, but it's idiotic to say because of the fact that he's becoming a free agent, which means he can talk to any team, which will be one of the teams will be the Mets. Again, your opinions are your opinions. You can disagree. I appreciate your opinion and your passion. But to think that the Mets have no shot is a very idiotic thought because that's not true. Because the Mets will have the most money and they have Billy Epler, who has been very influential and respected around Japanese players. You have to take that into account. Mika, I can't because I got to take my poor little cat to the vet at 7 a.m. Unfortunately. No work Tuesday. I made sure that I'm not working Monday and Tuesday just because of the trade deadline. I needed to make sure that we're here going over everything, not just the Mets. Ramon, if Verlander goes, I think it's going to be to the Dodgers. And the only reason why I say that is because I don't think the Houston farm system is worth giving up JV. Because what the Astros have in their farm system, if I'm not mistaken, it's not a lot of pitching prospects. And I think the Mets are looking for pitching prospects in the Verlander deal. Okay. That might be true, but we'll see. Cowboys season is a Cubs fan. Let's go Cowboys. Yep. Look at the Cubs, man. They went on that winning streak and they said F you to everybody else. No Yankees, you're not getting Bellinger. No MLB teams, you're not getting Stroman. And good for the Cubs, by the way. I don't have no hard feelings towards Cubs. You know, it was cool what happened in 2016 for them. Good for the Cubs because they could have easily sold off Marcus Stroman and Bellinger and get a lot back. So once again, guys, we've got about a half hour left. Not much going on right now. The Arizona Diamondbacks made a small trade. They acquired infielder Jace Peterson from the A's for a minor leaguer Chad Patrick. That's basically what really went down at the moment. Andy Martino, about an hour ago, said that there's no Justin Verlander trade close at the moment. He said if Houston gets aggressive on it, it could be a fit. Now, again, Justin Verlander has a no trade clause. He also has to approve that trade. So I'm assuming the Mets already went to him with teams that are talking to the Mets and saying, what teams are you willing to go to? And I'm assuming that's where the Mets are going to get aggressive to those teams. So we'll see. If Verlander says, I'm willing to go to the Astros only, well, the Mets are got to decide if it's worth trading Verlander to the Astros. And if it's a package they're looking at and they want, we'll see. Yeah, there was some talk, Anthony, about um, JV to Baltimore because Baltimore has been, I don't know what the Baltimore has been doing. They need pitching. And Baltimore's farm system is all right, but I don't think they'd be willing to give up what the Mets are willing or want. So I don't think that's a match, unfortunately. Yeah, President, he might be. And again, Justin Verlander, if he gets moved, I would be shocked. Actually, I wouldn't be shocked if he's traded between 4 and 6 o'clock tomorrow. Ooh, Landon, Drew Gilbert. That's yeah. Drew Gilbert and two pitching prospects. I think the Mets really have to think about that, Landon. I really think they would have to think about that. Again, it's still a tough choice because you're leaving yourself a little bit bare in the rotation. You got to make moves, and you're going to count on some young guys. And Yamamoto is probably a guy that the Mets are going to be targeting big time. Yeah, Andre, that's the problem. Baltimore doesn't really have top pitching prospects. They got a lot of great middle infielders, but I don't know. Conforto, yeah, I don't know. He's got a 2-year deal with the Giants, though, so I don't think he's going anywhere. Or you mean your thoughts about what Conforto has been doing? Yeah, Amish man, you ain't kidding. I'm freaking exhausted. That's why I'm gonna run it back at around 9 o'clock when MLB Network starts their deadline coverage, and we're gonna go all the way to 6 o'clock, guys. I'm gonna take my breaks every now and then, and I'm gonna have Amish Country Mets fan Nelson pop on as well during the day. Chris as well, and Hayden, as you guys know them from the roundtable. They're going to give me a break throughout the day. So again, I'm probably going to be away from the stream around between 3 and 5 because I got to pick up my boy, my cat Shay from the vet. So I'll probably pop on right before the deadline ends. So I'm going to hopefully one of those guys or a multiple. Some of those guys will be hanging in there with me. Give me that break so I can do what I got to do, and then we'll see what happens. All right. Michael, but you're not going to get a major league starter from a contender. It's just not going to happen. Contender, you're not trading. Again, teams that are trading, that are buyers, are not going to trade you anything off the major league roster. What's the point? What you're going to get is pitching prospects if you're looking for that possibly could be ready next year. But that's not going to happen. You're not going to say, give me your best pitcher in your rotation for Justin Verlander. Then why are they buying Justin Verlander? To make a swap? That doesn't make sense. It is being recorded vindicator? Okay. Well, that kind of makes sense for the Dodgers, to be honest. All right. Why would I say Bellinger's coming to the Mets? No, no, no. Bellinger's not getting traded at all. So, and good for the freaking Cubs. I gotta say that, right? Good for them because they could have easily got a lot back for Bellinger and Stroman. Yeah, that third year is a vested option, I believe, right? For Verlander. All right, guys. So I might keep this stream available. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can pop somebody on here. All right. Braves could give you Soroka, Grissom, and yeah, I don't think the Mets are gonna do that. All right, guys. So give me a second. I just want to see if I can get Chris and Nelson. All right. So what I'm gonna do, guys, at 12 o'clock, uh, my roundtable buddies, Nelson, or at least Chris and Nelson, are gonna hold it down for about a few hours, about 2 hours or so. So I'm gonna send them the. Give me a second. I'm gonna send them the link here so they can pop on and control the stream while they are hanging out and talking to you guys throughout the deadline here. So just give me a second. All right. Alrighty, guys. So there you go. Um, all right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to make sure we can get the stream still rolling here. Because why the hell not, right? Seems like it's fun. All right, guys. So it's looking like Chris and Nelson are gonna hold it down throughout the night. So I just sent them the stream. Once they pop on, I'm gonna call it a night for a few hours. They're gonna hold it down on the channels. And don't forget, guys, CP New York Sports Pod, Chris, and they'll let you know about their channel. Subscribe to their channel, guys. These guys know what they're talking about. You will see on this what they're going to be going over. Similar, they're going to talk Mets. They're going to talk about the whole deadline. So I just gave them the link to pop on, and when they do, they're going to take over on the channel. So you can stick on my channel, but make sure you subscribe to their channels as well. So give me 1 second. Let me just type something in so everybody knows. All right, guys. 1 second. All right, guys. So there you go. Nick and Nelson. Nick, I'm sorry, Nick. Chris, excuse me. I'm thinking of somebody else that I was talking to earlier. Wow. Sorry about that, guys. That was my fault. These guys are helping me out and I get their names wrong. That's messed up of me. All right, so Chris and Nelson are going to take over for a few hours on the stream. They're going to talk about what we've been talking about. And if anything big goes down or any trades, minimal or blockbuster, they'll be able to take care of that and have conversations with you. So, Chris of CP New York Sports Pod and Nelson of Amish Country Mets fan, subscribe to their channels. They'll Chris will be popping on. He said about 20 minutes. So I will hold it down for the next 20 minutes until he pops up. And then I'll get some sleep, wake up. They'll be still running things. And we'll be going from there. So let me just check the comments really quick. I love the football talk. Yeah, but that's fine. But I don't know if the Mets are going to be willing to trade JV to the Braves. That's a tough pill to swallow no matter who you get back. The Marlins are one thing. Yeah, Cowboys are always frauds. I love my Cowboys, but man, did they choke. So, all right, guys. So there has been one trade that has happened, and it was the D-backs getting Jace Peterson, infielder from the A's, for a minor leaguer. That's basically what has gone down. Um, Andy Martino tweeted that it looks like the Dodgers are out on Justin Verlander, It seems like the Astros are still one of those teams that are still being a little bit aggressive to get JV. No trade is imminent as of yet. The Baltimore Orioles, over the last couple of hours, have been talked about as a possibility to land Justin Verlander, but I don't like the farm system of the Orioles because the pitching prospects are not there much for the Orioles. They got a lot of good middle infielders and a catcher, but I don't know if the Mets. I think the Mets really do have to get some pitching prospects in a JV deal if it happens. And the Dodgers have a lot of them, and that's unfortunate. Maybe the Dodgers might get desperate later tomorrow and turn back to the Mets to give them to try to get JV. So that is something that we will definitely have to be paying attention to. But we will definitely see if the Mets make because I think it was earlier today not earlier today. No, when the roundtable stream was going on between 8 and 9, somebody on WFAN, one of the hosts, said that he got some news that there was a trade imminent with the Mets. And a lot of people believed it was going to be the Tommy Pham news. Alien, that's a good point. Yeah, explosive. Tell me that's not a disaster for the Yankees, man. The Yankees are in another tough spot. I think the Yankees should just start selling off some pieces, get something back. So we'll see, guys. But it'll be very interesting to look at the fact that, what the Mets do with JV. Tommy Pham's gone. We all know that. Pham, I truly believe, because if you look at the trade market right now, Tommy Pham's probably the best bat available left, outfield bat. So, the Mets can get probably a top 15 to 20 prospect, somewhere in that range, 15 to 25. Because if Canada can get you a 30th ranked prospect, you would think Pham, who's better and has been a lot more productive this year, can get you between 15 and 25 ranked prospects, or maybe 2 mid-level prospects for that. So that is something to actually look at. I'm just looking at. Let's see. All right. Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez is available too. Yes. That's a good one. I don't know if the Blue Jays are going to trade him, but yes, you're right. I did see that on MLB Network a few hours ago. He's up there. Yeah, again, that's a matter of that is a weird one with the Blue Jays, because I guess he's expendable. But it is kind of weird. Alex Verdugo is another one that the Red Sox said that he's available. He is an outfielder, a decent bat, left-handed. So, but production-wise, Pham has been pretty good. So, yeah, exactly, explosive. And you know what? They're going for it. Good for the Angels too, right? Why the hell not? So, once again, guys, if you're wondering why you see Chris and Nelson are going to take over for a few hours on the stream, what they're going to do, they're going to piggyback each other. I mean, they might come on together at some point, but they're going to piggyback each other to keep this stream rolling on my channel and on their channel, so they can really make this 24-hour stream possible, because it's very hard to do it on my own. I mean, if I didn't have to take my cat to the vet tomorrow, I probably would have stayed up the entire night, because I'm that insane, and that would be crazy, right? But I really wanted to do that. I thought it was something that to give back to the supporters of my channel, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, right? So, and don't think that goes unnoticed, because it's true. Oh yeah, Alien Dave. MLB will probably cheat their way into getting the Angels into the playoffs just to get Ohtani into the playoffs. I mean, watch those umpires. I'm joking. I'm joking. And oh, by the way, guys, sorry, um, new members of the channel. If you want to become a member of the channel, you could pick whatever. Oh, here comes Shay. Hello. Sorry, my cat just graced his presence. Hello. Want to come up? Come on. Come. Come here. Ah. Here we go, guys. Here's Shay. Poor guy's gonna lose his balls tomorrow, so I gotta give him a little bit of love, you know. He just woke up from a nap, right? Yeah, I gave him a little treat. Usually I don't give him you know, make some food for him. Usually I just give him canned food, dry food, wet food. But today I felt bad. I know he's gonna go through it tomorrow. He's going to I boiled some chicken. He loves cooked chicken. I tell you that. So so I boiled some chicken, which is healthy and safe for him, and gave him some protein that he needed. He was on some medication a couple of weeks ago, so yes, that's my tuxedo cat Shay with his little Mets collar. So yeah, um, well, Albino Mauricio has been playing some outfield in the minors. I think that's probably going to be his position at the moment for the Mets. Because I don't like him at second base. He's been terrible at second base defensively. So, and we know he's not playing shortstop. Third base, I mean, you're not going to move Beatty at this point. So, yeah, I think left field is going to be his spot. Well, I know he can run. This guy runs around the house like he owns it, like crazy. If you need a base runner, he could steal your base. That's for sure. So once again, guys, Chris will be popping on in a few soon. Once he does, I will be taking my nap while keeping his stream on, and he will be available to take the stream over and do what he's got to do. I want to give him access fully to the stream, so just give me a second. I want to give him access so he can control it at will. Give me a second, guys. Members. All right, cool. Perfect. All right. So we got Chris available for the stream. Shay is already a New York Met in spirit. Angels in the Outfield. Yeah, really. That was I love that movie. Bringing back my childhood. So, guys, we are about, let's see, how many hours away? 16 hours away until the deadline. And the New York Mets have most likely two more players that are on the block. Right? We all know Tommy Pham is very likely to get traded, and JV is a possibility, but I don't know how much of a possibility. And that's where we are right now if you're a Met. So I don't know why Shay is looking at me. He goes in the corner by the TV and just stares at me, and it's weird. Come here, buddy. He just wants attention right now. He ate, got his nap, and now he wants to bother me. And now scratching his post. Sorry, guys. That's my guy right there. Yeah, how you doing? Oh, now you want to be nice to me, right? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Gotta give him the attention he wants sometimes because he's gonna go nuts. He'll start crying. He'll start meowing away like crazy because I'm not talking to him. Oh, Jesus. He just did a 360 and kind of flipped. Dang, it's cat is something else, I tell you. Definitely got a personality. All right, so we are 16 hours away until the MLB trade deadline, 6 p.m. tomorrow will be where no other team can make deals. There is no more waiver wire like there used to be. So that's it. There will be a lot of craziness going on, and a lot of anxiety for a lot of teams here. So we'll see what the Mets and other teams are going to do. Teams like the Angels, are they done? There was some talk that they're looking for another pitcher. I think the Dodgers are obviously looking for another pitcher and another outfielder. Same thing with the Astros. Same thing with the Orioles for pitching wise. So we'll see. Come on. He wants to jump up on my lap, but I don't know. He's a little what? What are you doing? Come on. I can't rub your belly. You're too far. Sorry, guys. I know this is not like baseball stuff here, but LaCastro, he's still in the Mets minors, actually. But we'll see. We'll see. Lot to talk about. All right. So once again, guys, Chris will be popping on whenever he does. He will be taking over, and then you can put all your questions and comments to him. Oh yeah, I heard Bichette, man. It looks like a bad injury. That sucks, man. That's not good for the Blue Jays at all. So yeah, that's rough. So Chris will be taking over rather as soon as he pops in, and then I believe Nelson might be coming on either with him or after him to keep the process moving. Hopefully they can run it until like 5 o'clock or so. I'll jump back on, and then maybe Hayden will pop on and keep it running, and we'll see how that goes. Hey, buddy, want to come up? Oh boy, JV to the Angels would be crazy. I don't know about the prospects in the Angels system. Hey, Trader. The Reds need another starting pitcher. Well, I don't know if they're gonna be willing to trade to get JV. If they're thinking of, oh, hello. Yeah, he just jumped up. How the hell did you get up here? As you can see, he just takes over the desk. You can't mess with my camera. Here he goes, guys. So there he goes. So he's just hanging out with us now, right? Right. Okay. So Shay says JV's gonna say. What do you think? Yeah. Oh, now he's just laying in my arms. See? Uh-oh. Ow. All right. Yeah, I think the Yankees are gonna sell. For sure. Yeah, he just cut me up. What are you gonna do? He's just sitting on my desk right now like he's the king. All right, guys. So again, there's not a lot of things going on right now, obviously. Right? One trade, Jace Peterson was traded to the A's, from the A's to the D-backs for a minor leaguer. So the Diamondbacks got their closer, or at least their reliever in Paul Sewell, and got a utility guy in Jace Peterson to help their bench a little bit. And that's been about it, right? A couple of news. Looks like the Dodgers are probably out at this moment of the JV sweepstakes. The Orioles might still be involved, and the Astros seem like they want JV. It's just a matter of what they're willing to give up and what the Mets are asking for. So we'll see if that takes place over the next couple of hours, where Chris and Nelson will take that on and see what happens. Oh, Michael. SOI, thank you. Do I think he's going to get traded? I see on the roundtable. I said there's about I think there's going to be there's like a 60% chance. I think it could happen if the Mets get exactly what they want. Sam, I think we're all happy about that. Sorry, I had to laugh at that. Do you think, man? I mean, I think the Mets are stupid if they weren't listening to offers. They're not doing their job if that's the case. Again, I think the Mets are not going to trade JV unless they get a ton back. That's just me. If they don't get a big return, I don't think they're going to trade him. If they don't get exactly what they want, I don't think they're going to trade him. And Andre, are the Dodgers officially out? At this moment, they're out. But that doesn't mean they don't get desperate. And if they're looking for another pitcher and they can't get it, maybe they don't get those pitchers, and they come back to the Mets and say, all right, what do you want? They might do that. There's always a desperate team. There's always one desperate team late on the precipice of the deadline time that might become so desperate they're willing to do anything to get that pitcher because they lost out on others. Well, Andre, that might be smarter for the Dodgers. Honestly, Rodriguez is a solid pitcher. Maybe the Dodgers will go after Lorenzen as well, or Rodriguez. Yep, Victor, I agree. All right. Since we've seen what Scherzer got us back, a top MLB pipeline 44th ranked prospect in the top 100 of Major League Baseball, top 100 prospects, you would think that Verlander will get you at least 2 top 10 prospects. So, well, Michael, I think they should have did a lot more at the trade deadline. All right, guys, give me a second. Just want to check out Twitter or whatever the hell you want to call it nowadays. X. Let's see. Oh, Mitch Keller. That's interesting. I mean, he's okay, but is that really going to help the Dodgers much? He's good, but. All right, guys, hold on. Just just searching through Twitter just to see what's going on. Alrighty. Just looking. All right, so Hector Gomez, who has been putting up a lot of information about Latin American players, over Latin players, he said Verlander's relationship with Astros owner Jim Crane could be in a key factor in Verlander deciding on the Astros over the Dodgers, even though the Dodgers have much better talent to offer on their farm. So there you go. All right, so he also said main hurdle on the potential Verlander to Astros trade is how much of the contract would the Astros pay, which includes the rest of his 43 million salary this season and $43 million guaranteed next season, and a conditional $35 million option for 2025. The option would become guaranteed if Verlander pitches 140 innings in 2024 and finishes the season healthy. So we'll see. All right, guys. So we got one of our guys here in Nelson. Hello, Nelson.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes. Just give me a second. Let me pop you on.
There we go.
All right. So Hayden, Jesus. Nelson of Amish Country Mets fan is here with us, a part of the Roundtable podcast. Oh, hello, buddy. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a few hours.
All right, guys. So Nelson is here. I think Chris is gonna pop on soon, and they're gonna take over once I decide to get the hell out of here for a few hours, and they'll take over while they run the stream basically. So they'll ask you questions. You can see the comments and stuff, right?
Hold on. Yeah, I got them now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Adele, it's a grind, and don't forget to say what up to Nelson and Chris when they're here, because they're grinding too. I tell you that much. So when Chris pops up, I'll make Nelson and Chris take over the stream, and they can do whatever the hell they want. It's their show at the moment. So if they want to curse you guys out, they're welcome to.
Nah, none of that. Unless we got trolls in the chat. Hopefully not.
Of course we do. Of course, man. If there isn't trolls, it ain't YouTube, man. You know that.
That's true.
All right. So they were talking about Verlander and stuff, and it seems like the Dodgers kind of backed out at the moment. The Astros are the team that's like heavily pursuing, and there's talk about Jim Crane, the owner of the Astros, and Verlander having a good relationship. So that might be the reason why Verlander might, approve that trade. I'm not necessarily happy with the Astros farm system, but it depends on what they're really willing to give up and the Mets want. So I don't know. What do you think is going on right now? Do you think that the Dodgers might come in later tomorrow, get desperate if they lose out on other guys like Lorenzen or Rodriguez from the Tigers?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what. I mean, they could always circle back. They got some time. The Mets are in the driver's seat, though. They don't have to trade Verlander unless he looked at them and said that he absolutely wants to trade, and even then, they don't have to do it. So, what up, Chris? So yeah, I don't think anything's dead at the moment. You just got to be open to whatever. Hopefully, like you said, I don't know. I'm not in love with trading with Houston just because their prospects aren't great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think I think if the Dodgers are that desperate, they'll circle back and make a bet and make another offer.
Yeah, I would see what happens with that, because again, you said the Mets are in the driver's seat. The Mets don't have to trade. They're not on the situation where, if they don't trade, if JV's on an expiring contract and they need to get something for him. It's not the case, right? Either way, they keep JV. It's good for them next year. If they don't, if they trade them, they're going to get something of significance back, and that's where they are right now. So that's it is what it is at this point. We'll see what happens. I think Chris got knocked off, so when he comes back, I'll pop him back on. So let's see what they're saying in the comments here. All right, Chris is back. There we go.
My bad, fellas. My bad.
It's all right. Stuff happens, man. It's late at night. Nobody cares. All right, guys. So somebody said, I don't necessarily agree with this. If you can see the comment, if I can actually. All right. So Scarlett said, "Let's screw themselves by trying to." I'm sorry. I think there's an echo. I apologize. Hold on. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. So Scarlett said Mets screwed themselves by trying to rush into a championship. No, they weren't trying to rush into a championship. What they were doing, they were buying to be contenders because they had no farm system. That's a big difference. They could have easily said we're rebuilding and I'm not spending money. But Cohen didn't do that. Cohen tried to put a competitive team on the field while building a farm system. You can't hate that. He tried, it failed. Shit happens, and that's where we are. So, Chris, we were just talking about JV, and possibly there's been talk that the Dodgers backed out for whatever reason. And it seems like the Astros are like the favorites, and they want them. It's just a matter of what they're willing to give up. And we just talked about the farm system of the Astros, not really, top of the crop. Do you think the Dodgers will make their way back into this negotiation later on today, thinking that if they lose out on Lorenzen or Rodriguez from the Tigers, that's been talked about. Do you think they might get desperate if they lose out on those guys?
Yeah, and it'll happen tomorrow, pretty much. We'll see the market play out tomorrow. The negotiations, and I haven't seen the backed out sort of talks that you guys are talking about, but if they indeed backed out and those talks were strong, that makes me think of the Mets front office sort of asking them for guys they might not be, willing to part ways with, right? And like I said, Justin Verlander, the Mets, we talked about it on the roundtable at 8:00 yesterday, I should say. The Mets are literally in the driver's seat for all things Justin Verlander. For anybody that comes and talks to the Mets are or about Justin Verlander, the Mets are in the driver's seat. So if the Dodgers don't want to give up what the Mets are asking for, guess what? See you later.
Yep.
We're not dealing with you, right? And I think that a Justin Verlander trade has to be something that the Mets have to be like, this is too good to be passed up on, right? Because this is a guy who can serve as your ace in 2024.
Yeah.
So if they backed out, it's for a reason. It's literally for a reason. Will the Dodgers re-engage in talks based off of, their other talks with other teams for other pitchers? I think they will. And I think that we'll see some Justin Verlander smoke gaining way tomorrow. But like we said in the roundtable tonight, Tommy Pham is probably going to be the first domino to fall.
Yeah.
Verlander, there's a lot of hurdles. There's a lot of nitty-gritty, not only prospect return for the Mets, but also just contract talks that need to be worked through. So I'm not expecting any steam to gain coming up for Verlander. I think it's going to come tomorrow. And I know your stream's picking up back tomorrow. I know we're here as some reinforcements for you tonight. But yeah, man, I think Tommy Pham is the first one to fall. I know there's a lot of teams that need that bat. Tommy Pham is one of the biggest bats on the market right now. And he's done some good things this last couple months to sort of build his value. So the Mets can get a lot of value out of Tommy Pham, and then Justin Verlander, we'll see. The Houston Astros, like you said, and like we've been all saying, the prospects for the Houston Astros aren't anything to write home about. That'll be, and the Houston Astros aren't going to spend that money. They're not going to take on that money to get Justin Verlander back. We're talking about 43 M's for Justin Verlander. We're talking about another season next year as well for him, and then the vesting option the third year. So it's going to be a lot harder of a contract to move, but fully expect Justin Verlander news to come tomorrow. Tommy Pham, somebody can like a Tommy Pham trade can break like within 30 minutes, honestly, if we're talking about the most idealistic trades for the Mets. Omar Narvaez can go at any time. But yeah, Justin Verlander, listen, the only team that I'm willing to talk to be honest with you, and I've said this for a while, and I think Nelson agrees with that, is the Los Angeles Dodgers. They'll be eating the most money, and they have the best prospects to give for the Mets. So, yeah, whatever. If the Dodgers want to fall back and get a plan B for that, so be it. So be it. But it's a win-win situation for the Mets, honestly. Whether they deal Justin Verlander or not, it's a win-win. The Mets front office is not going to get desperate in terms of a trade for Justin Verlander. And you know what? Guess what? The Mets front office is playing this the right way. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jay Palmer wants to know if there's any O's news. I mean, there was a little bit of news about JV to the Orioles. I honestly don't know what the Orioles are doing because they need pitching, and Lorenzen, Rodriguez, JV are guys that they should be looking at. Maybe Rodriguez and Lorenzen are probably a little bit more obtainable because they're not as expensive as JV, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the Orioles, their lineup is very dangerous. If they got, a top of the line starter, they can be extremely dangerous in the playoffs. I mean, you've seen how they took care of business against the Yankees the last 3 games, right? Took 2 out of 3. And, maybe they can actually look to get one of those guys, but I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? If anybody wants to chime in.
Yeah, I've seen the O's connected to the Rodriguez from the Tigers. Um, like you said, it would make more sense. Their owner's pretty cheap. I don't think he's gonna be in the market for Verlander unless he expects us to eat all the money. And honestly, I don't know how that's gonna happen. So I don't. I think their options are dwindling. I actually know an O's fan that's in a chat with, and he's pretty frustrated right now. So I don't know. They do need pitching. That offense is legit, but they need a frontline starter, and they could use some help in the pen as well. So
Yeah,
I don't know. They got a little bit of time left, but it's running out. So
it's definitely running out.
Well, and like you said, I mean, JP Morosi, like I said on the roundtable, was reporting Justin Verlander talked to the O's. I just don't think the O's have the capital in terms of just cash money to go ahead and pursue a Justin Verlander trade. Now, that team, like if you talk about a rebuild, that team did it right. The Baltimore Orioles are the real deal in terms of their farm system development. They just don't have the cash to sort of trade for a big guy like Justin Verlander, especially for the long haul when you're talking about not only this season's contract, but the next season's contract. I like the O's, man. Listen, I'm rooting for the O's. If the Mets are out of it, which it seems like they might be, given the selling of this trade deadline, I'm rooting for the O's. And I like their farm system, but listen, they don't have the cash to sort of take on and sponge some of the money that Steve Cohen is going to want these teams to kind of sponge in on. And I'm not saying that Steve Cohen's not willing to eat money on Justin Verlander. He definitely is 100%, but he's not going to take 100% of that cut. And you talk about a team like the Dodgers are full-fledged in the position to gain a guy like Justin Verlander and eat some of that money, right? And they will eat some of that money. That's the key point to bring in here. So man, I like what the O's are doing. I haven't been paying attention to what their trade deadline news is or who they're targeting. Obviously, they're last time I checked, they were leading the AL. I don't know after tonight because I know the Tampa Bay Rays won. But yeah, the O's are a team that is an interesting discussion. Definitely not a trade partner that I would consider Verlander for, but if they can get a couple pieces, they can make a run at it. And just where they were at least 2 years ago versus comparison to now, I mean, that's one of the most impressive rebuild stories and the quickest that we've seen in the MLB. So shout out to them. Some good things going on in Baltimore for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It comes down to how desperate and how much pressure the fan base is putting on them, right? It comes down to the fan base too, right? The fan base, Orioles fan base, is dying for a winner, right? They've been going through a big rebuild as you talked about for a while. It was pretty quick for the most part, but I mean, a lot of terrible losing seasons, last place in the AL East for many years, getting beat up by the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Rays for many years, and now they're here. They've made it. There's no reason why the Orioles or anybody else who makes playoffs can't win a World Series. They get hot at the right time. Guess what? They might have a World Series championship at Camden Yards, right? So it comes down to the fact that how much pressure, like, I'm not on Orioles Twitter. I'm not, listening to Orioles, Maryland radio, sports radio, right? Are they putting so much pressure on the Orioles to get a top line starting pitcher, Rodriguez, Lorenzen, JV? Maybe they're talking about JV on sports radio in Maryland. Maybe. But again, like you said, are the Orioles the team the Mets really want to work out a trade with when their farm system isn't exactly what the Mets really need at this moment? Like I said, we all know the perfect match is the Dodgers. What could they do?
The Orioles farm system is actually really great. It's just they don't have any money to make the deal work. The farm system is legit. They got prospects upon prospects upon prospects.
But the pitching prospects, it's not really there, right?
Yeah,
it's mostly the middle infielders.
Prospects are better, but I'd take any prospect. I don't care about position when it comes to prospects.
Let's talk about that though. Talk about that though. We don't need necessarily pitching prospects for a Justin Verlander. We don't need it. We talked about on the roundtable. The Mets rotation in 2024, whether Verlander's there or not, is salvageable, even if you don't get a high-end pitching prospect in return. Whether you talk about the Orioles or the Dodgers or whatnot. Yeah, maybe it's preferable, but you can get an ace in a trade this offseason with a guy like we said, Ronnie Mauricio, and I feel like that's the guy the guy not to be named on Mets content, Mets Twitter right now. Like, you don't talk about Ronnie Mauricio at this point, at least until the couple days post deadline. But even if the Mets do not get a return for a pitching prospect, right? You can still get a trade. You still got the guy in Japan, Yamamoto. You still got the guy who you should probably not name at all, and Shohei Ohtani. Quintana's coming back. Senga's going to be there. You don't really need it. The rotation is salvageable in 2024 without Verlander. And like I just want to hammer this point home. Like, the Mets front office is not going to get desperate in these Verlander talks come 6 p.m. It's not like they're like itching and scratching their skin to like, yo, we got to get rid of like Justin Verlander right now. Like, that's not what they're doing. They are fully committed. I'm 100% of this. They are fully committed to Justin Verlander in 2024. If an offer comes their way from the Dodgers or whoever it is that blows them away and that Steve Cohen is willing to write off however many millions of dollars he is to take on that contract, then maybe they'll do it. But the Mets are in a win-win spot with Justin Verlander. And I think that a lot of fans are getting caught into the hype right now of this Justin Verlander trade talk. They don't need to get rid of him. I think that Max Scherzer was a big domino to fall. We got a big prospect in Luis Angel Acuna out of it. And whoever we get out of Tommy Pham, out of Vino, perhaps Rayleigh, it is what it is. The Mets have done their due diligence already as it stands right now in terms of prospect stacking. Whatever we get out of Justin Verlander is just the icing on the cake. It does not need to be a pitching prospect, because guess what? Corbin Burns, Dylan Cease, they're going to be there. Yep. Julio Urias, the only guy that I probably am confident in giving maybe a long-term deal. Nelson, I know that you might be a little bit opposed to it, but is a guy in Julio Urias. And you're talking about Aaron Nola and all the other 2024, 2023 offseason, offseason candidates for the starting pitching rotation. Those guys might not be it, but Julio Urias, I think that he would be a viable option. Blake Snell, no. Aaron Nola, no. Who was the other guy? Who's the other? There's one other guy where we're just like, he's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But it's not overwhelming. Yamamoto, Ohtani's there. Dylan Cease and Corbin Burns are there via trade. Listen, whether the Verlander trade happens or not, we either have a ace for 2024, or we get a top prospect in return, I don't care if it's a pitcher or not. Because guess what? I, at this point, am confident that, and this is like just smoke. I'm just saying this as my personal opinion. I think Ronnie Mauricio might be gone in a pitcher's deal this offseason. Whether we want to acknowledge it or not, whether it's going to happen or not, I would be more than happy to have Mauricio stay on board with the Mets and potentially make a crack at that DH spot going forward for the long term. But guess what? The Mets prospects right now, they are expendable. They are expendable. Ronnie
Finally.
Mauricio is expendable, right? That's the key word. He is expendable because he has not cracked the MLB pipeline. He's not cracked, I wouldn't say the pipeline because that's the prospect ranking talk, but he has not cracked the major leagues just yet. He's been killing it in AAA, AA, whatever you want to say. He can be a headliner for a top pitching, you know, I guess target you would say, not a prospect, but a top acquisition, whether it's Corbin Burns or Dylan Cease, man, sign me up. It's not like the Mets need Verlander to headline that rotation, but it would be a plus. It's just about the offer that they will receive. So yeah, there's a lot of talk about Verlander, a lot of different opinions, but whether Verlander is here or not in 2024, either yes or no, I think the Mets rotation is still going to be in good shape. And that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah. And I actually contradicted myself from earlier tonight because I don't know, maybe I'm exhausted. I don't know, lack of sleep. But I actually did say exactly what you said, right? People were complaining about the Mets don't have pitching prospects, but didn't take the time and do a little bit of homework and realize how fast these Mets pitching prospects, who were a few years away just a year ago, jumped up to the top 20, top 15 list right away. I mean, Scott, Stewart, Hamels, Vasil, and Tidwell. All those guys are racing up the minor league system of the Mets. Even Ziegler, before he got hurt, was pitching well. All these guys are projected to be up over the next 2 years. And so the pitching prospects, you're right, are here. The Mets have them. We talked about it for 2 years because they weren't ready in 2021 or 2022. So that's why the Mets went out and spent big on pitching, because they had no other choice. Now, and you're right about that. And that's a great point, Chris. You said it. The New York Mets can get back the best offer they possibly can get if they find the offer they need for JV. And if it is a few, say if it's 3 top 15 prospects for JV, let's just say hypothetical. If 2 of them are top outfielders and one's another infielder, well, no, like you said, maybe that gives us enough room to make that offseason trade for Burns or Cecil. If that happens, well, I think people will feel a lot better with Burns and Sanger as your number 1 and 2, or Cease for 1 with Sanger 1 and 2, right?
And I want to bring up this point by M Easy here in the comments. Starters now in this day and age are going 5, maybe 6 innings max, right? We've seen it a while. Unless you're like Garrett Cole, who's probably one of the top pitchers in MLB right now, going 7, 8. Most starters are going to give you 5, 6 innings. Guess what? We got Edwin Diaz coming back in 2024.
Yep.
Rayleigh, he's going to be there. I don't want to say he's going to be there. He's obviously a guy that's probably on the trade block. See what the Mets can get out of him. But I hope the Mets are going to retain Rayleigh. That's a guy you can throw in the 7th inning. Maybe they get David Robertson. Who knows? I'm just spitballing. Maybe they sign. If I'm the Mets, I'm seriously, my first move, to be honest, if I'm a World Series contending team and I'm thinking about being a World Series contending team, if I'm the Mets front office, the first move I would make is re-signing David Robertson, because Rayleigh, Robertson, and Diaz to 7, 8, 9 punch would be absolutely phenomenal. And then you just got to worry about that 6th inning guy. So, listen, man, it's Verlander, as he's a hot commodity. I get it. You keep him, it's a win. You trade him for outfield prospects, infield prospects, which the Mets have plenty of infield prospects already. It's a win. Pitching prospects, even bigger win. But if you keep him, it's not bad either. You keep Rayleigh, to be honest, because you don't have that many lefty specialists on the market, right? Lefty specialists are the hottest commodity on the market. Talking about Andrew Chafin, a guy who the Mets fans have wanted for years. They haven't got him. We finally got Rayleigh. We had Aaron Luke for that year, and he had a breakout season. You keep Rayleigh. You have Edwin Diaz coming back. You maybe re-sign Robertson. You have some excess millions to spend with that Scherzer deal that you just had coming off the books because the Rangers are taking some M's off that. The bullpen's going to be in a good situation, I feel like, if they make that investment. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, it's not something that the Mets need to rush into. The Verlander deal might happen tomorrow. And, knowing my luck, it'll happen tonight just because I said it's going to happen tomorrow. So, but I would just fully assume that the Mets are going to wait until the 19th hour, so to speak.
I wouldn't go that far though, because that trade's very complicated, and you're gonna have to get it in and get all that mumbo jumbo, the contract talk, MLB approval. They're gonna have to do that with some time to spare. They're not gonna be able to stick that one in at the last minute. I'm not saying they'll do it tonight, but they have time tomorrow. But I don't think that's a trade that goes down at 5:45.
The ending of it, maybe though, the contract and the specs of it might be already going on right now, but I don't think it's like ink to the pen up to Jeff Passan to report until late tomorrow. That's what I'm saying out of it. But we'll see. I mean, like I said though, my main point out of the Verlander kind of situation, and I agree with you, Nelson, that there's a lot of hurdles to go through, which is why I don't think it's going to happen regardless. The Mets are just in the driver's seat, and all the bad things the Mets fans can say out of this season, and it's been a lackluster season. I get it, but the Mets are really doing their due diligence this trade deadline, and they're doing the right thing by getting rid of the excess weight, which was Max Scherzer, right? They're doing the right thing. And I'm really proud of this front office for doing so. You look at Crosstown, Yankees, they're in flux. Their prospect pipeline is not great either, right? And we'll see. I mean, they're in this stuck in position between buyers and sellers. And I'm not going to sit here and talk Yankees, but I'm fully grateful for the front office and realizing that they need to cut losses when needed, and this early on. And whether they need to convince the locker room and Brandon Nimmo, who's been outspoken about the trades, he's been outspoken. Pete Alonso's been outspoken. If you need to reassure those guys, go ahead and have those talks in the background. Go ahead and do it. But listen, if I'm Steve Cohen and Billy Epler, getting David Stearns in here, whoever's going to be the Pobo in the offseason, I'm expecting big things this offseason. I think, and my prediction is that a trade for a starting pitcher is going to go down. Whether or not Justin Verlander goes, I think that might be the key. Whether it's Ohtani or Yamamoto as a free agent, there's going to be maybe two rotation spots to fill. One free agent, one trade. That's not out of the realm. That's not out of the possibility. So let's keep an eye on that. And like I said, the Mets are what, 6.5 back of the wild card right now. Everybody's like, oh, we can make a fluke run. I'm not even thinking about playoffs right now for the Mets. I'm thinking about bringing up the young guys who can show what they have in 2023 and seeing what they have for 2024. And make no mistake about it, if you are sitting there wondering if the Mets are going to be contenders in 2024, they're going to be. And I'm saying that right now. This is not a rebuild. Billy Epler has said that, and Billy Epler would not go out into the public and say that this is not a rebuild without Steve Cohen's permission. Because guess what? The head honcho is saying that this is not a rebuild. And I fully believe that. And everybody should too.
Yeah. Mark Healy just said that the Cubs have popped up again about Rayleigh and Pham. I know during the roundtable that popped up earlier, and we weren't sure how true that is. So it popped up again. Rayleigh and Pham possibility for the Cubs. I don't know what I know there was some talk. Oh, give us Pete Crow Armstrong back, and we'll give you Pham and Rayleigh. That's probably crazy talk, but who the hell knows, right? I mean, maybe the Cubs are stupid enough to be desperate now since they're buyers, but I doubt that. But I mean, if the Mets are really thinking about trading Rayleigh and Pham, you have to get something good back because, I mean, Rayleigh, again, you just talked about it, Chris, not too long ago. Rayleigh's going to be a part of this bullpen next year if he's not traded. He's got an extra year on his deal. Pham, whatever, but you can't trade Rayleigh and not get some of at least somewhat significance, knowing that he's got an extra year on his deal. I mean, that's a big win for the Cubs if they can get that. So I don't know if that seemed to happen. I mean, I haven't looked at the Cubs farm system, but I'm assuming if you would give up Rayleigh and Pham in a deal, I mean, what would you look back to get back from the Cubs? I mean, I'm going to look at it now, but
yeah, I don't think PCA is a realistic option. I mean, he's top 10 in the total MLB pipeline. I don't think that reunion's gonna happen. But
what about Ben Brown? Think they would offer him that? That's a lot.
Yeah, I think
Nelson,
that's
go ahead.
Yeah, I think Ben Brown's a lot. I'm trying to pull up their
Jackson Ferris, left-handed pitcher, a couple of years away.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers are all right, pretty good. He's in
Listen. The whoever gets Rayleigh is gonna have to overpay. That's just
yes.
They're gonna have to overpay. We're not giving Rayleigh out for free just because we're prospect stacking at the moment. That's not that's a hot commodity right there. Rayleigh has been solid this season.
And
I
if
believe
you're
in him.
packaging them both, then it's gonna have to be a decent. For me, it would take at least one top 10 prospect for both of them. I don't think you're getting that for one of them individually, but
that's a good point.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, that Jackson Ferris, number 8 on their list. He's not scheduled to be up till 2026. I could see something like that. Yeah, I mean it's tough just because you don't know what the Mets are necessarily. They value something in particular. Obviously, they don't seem to care whether they're pitchers or not at this point. Most of their trades have been for position players, except for the Canna deal. So, I mean, their lowest, Ben Brown's 69 overall in the top 100. Kevin Alcantara is 95. He's an outfielder. We could use outfield prospects. We don't have that many of them. Yeah, PCA definitely not happening. But, I mean, you never know. Could you get like that guy that's at 95 for them for both Rayleigh and Pham? Maybe if they're desperate enough, you never know.
I think there's going to be a team that's desperate, and I think and if it's for JV or a combination of Rayleigh and Pham, because there's always one desperate team. We talked about that on the roundtable. There is going to be one desperate team, right? The Mets in 2015 were the desperate team that got put over a barrel with Cespedes because nobody else was left for Sandy Alderson to trade for, right? Justin Upton was off the table by the Padres. Jay Bruce was off the table for the Cincinnati Reds. Cespedes was the only one left, and Sandy Alderson was put over a barrel by the Tigers and Dave Dombrowski, and he says, there's nobody left. You're either going to give me what I want or you're not going to get the hitter you need in your lineup. And who knows what would happen if the Mets couldn't make that trade. Said yes to it, right? Maybe that World Series run never happened, right? 2016, Yankees had the Cubs over a barrel with Chapman. We want Gleyber Torres or you're not getting Chapman, right? Every year there's that one team that needs that one piece. And if the Mets have it and that's the only player left that's available that team needs, you might get that team over a barrel and get what the hell you want. And if that's the case, you pull the trigger because you better not miss an opportunity like the Mets did with Zach Wheeler in 2019 because they could have got a ton back, and who knows what that would have meant for the Mets, what they would have got back for the next couple of years. And you just never know. There will be a desperate team. You just hope that desperate team needs something that the Mets have.
Yeah, and to that point, like Pham isn't a huge name, obviously,
Yeah.
but he's one of the few hitters available. The
That's the thing.
Padres don't seem to be selling, so Soto's not on the market. The Cubs are buyers now. Bellinger's not on the market. Most of the hitters that were available have already been traded. So Fam's kind of it right now, like to be honest.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have a lot of teams battling trying to trade for this dude. I mean, we've already talked about it earlier. You got the Yankees were interested, the Blue Jays are interested, Phillies names been tossed around there. The Cubs now have been tossed around there. The Dodgers are looking for outfield help too. Like you got a lot of teams looking for a bat, and the Mets are holding one of the final pieces. So you could, like you said, hold another team over a barrel, and maybe get more than any of us expect for somebody like Fam.
And that's why I think Pham is going to be a standalone sell, and he's not going to be packaged unless it's Adam Ottavino. I think that it's a Pham Ottavino package instead of a Pham Rayleigh package. But
Yeah.
Pham as a standalone would be more of a preferable stance for me as a Mets fan. I'm holding on to Rayleigh all day long. Like I'm not giving Rayleigh up for pennies on the dollar. Like Rayleigh is more of a hot commodity than Pham, to be honest with you, just because of his control, just because of how the lefty, bullpen market is. It's already scarce, right? And he's a bigger deal than Pham is right now, to be honest with you, for teams going forward. So I think Pham is no doubt out of here, but I think he's going to be a standalone trade, to be honest with you, and that's just my inkling of a feeling. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What about the let's let I want to play fantasy land here because it's not what I want to do, but it's fun and it's late night.
Let's go crazy.
Billy Epler wakes up tomorrow morning. He looks at the standings. The New York Mets are 6 games out of the wild card spot.
They are.
Does he pivot and go, you know what? Let me buy something to try and make some random run?
I would go fucking
no,
nuts.
no, it's not. No, we're retooling for 2024,
I
man.
know. I trust me.
Nelson, I know you know, Nelson. I know
Who's
you
been
know
more
that.
team
Like,
sell than me? I obviously don't want that to happen.
yeah.
It's 12 a.m. We got to talk about something. We've been repeating the same stuff. Let's think fantasy. Let's think Billy Epler wakes up tomorrow and says, "You know what? Screw it. I'm going for
Who would be our closer at that point, though? It'd be like Rayleigh as a
it."
closer or Otto as a closer.
He's trading for he's trading for David Bednar from the Pirates.
Oh goodness.
Give me Bednar and give me McCutcheon for the stretch
Nah,
run.
Diaz is gonna come on a mound with one leg. Come on now. Oh man, it's late night, boys. It's a comedy club. Oh, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna stick with you until 1 a.m., but I'll be right back for 1 second. All right, you can hold it
Sure,
down.
man. Yeah, man. I mean, we're here to hold it down. I mean, Nelson and I, obviously, um, we're backing up
Are
Rob
you?
here. I appreciate
Question
all
for
the.
you. I got a question for you. I don't know how in tune you've been to Twitter. I know we were messing around on the morning brew thing. Um, have you seen how many Mets fans are actually somewhat hurt that Canna is gone?
It's something where like I feel like a fair weather baseball fan, like that's someone that like probably would hurt you to the soul to like trade. But like, yeah, if you keep in tune to the team like us and just see Canada's production, like that's a
So
guy that I'm not even thinking twice about. Like honestly, to be honest with you, if the Mets just got cash considerations for Mark Canna, I would have been
yeah,
100% content with.
yeah,
100%.
I wouldn't have blinked at that either. I just think it's interesting. I don't think I'm not gonna say they're all fair weather fans. I just think some fans get attached to certain players for certain reasons. He was a good guy. Does like charity work. He all that stuff. So I think that stuff made him likable. Um, it's just funny to me, just because most diehards I know are like, "Thank God we got rid of him." But then you see like there's a certain section of Mets Twitter that was just losing their minds because Tommy Pham got traded.
No,
Not
I
Tommy
mean,
Pham,
it's
Mark Hanna.
yeah, Canna. And it's like, dude, you're freeing up a roster spot on the Mets, right? And presumably you're going to free up 2 roster spots in the outfield for the Mets with the Canna trade, one that already happened, and then Tommy Pham, 2, who's going to be next on the totem pole to go. You're freeing up those roster spots. And obviously, you're going to need a 4th outfielder in 2024, but those outfield spots are going to be integral for seeing how, whoever you bring up as a talent, pool for next year. And honestly, I don't. I'm gonna get killed on this, and I know yet that you may not agree, but I am on board with Luis Angel Acuna being on the Mets roster next year as an outfielder. Like I'm just saying that right now. I am just saying that
Well,
right now.
I'm not going to kill you for it. I don't think that's a far. I think the outfield thing might be far fetched because I don't think he's played a lot, and I don't. It depends how much they play him the rest of the season in the outfield. If they throw him out there and he gets pretty comfortable, then yeah, I could see it. Man, for me, I'm still like trade McNeil and open up open up a spot on the field. I know that's not likely, but um, I'd rather that than anything else. Uh, I saw a comment. I can't pull up comments because I'm on my phone. Victor Hernandez said, "You talking about the 7 line fans on Twitter?" No comment. I don't want that smoke, but maybe. um, there does seem to be a common theme with that crew. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Acuna, he looks like he could be ready. I mean, obviously we haven't seen him much. I have the MLB package, so I'm going to try to watch some of these minor league games that he's in, and hopefully get a little bit better read on him. But he looks legit, and I think he could somewhere be on the roster opening day next year. But obviously, we're going to have to move some guys around to figure that out.
No, and there's going to be a lot of shifting of positions. There's going to be a lot of moves coming here in the couple days. I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, if Vogelback is still in the team long term, of long term of the 2023, I should say, of the season as a left-handed DH, that should tell you something. That means Ronnie Mauricio probably will not come up. My eyes are literally like, as soon as this trade deadline today happens, my eyes are shifting on Ronnie Mauricio because whatever the Mets front office decides to do with Ronnie Mauricio in the next couple days, whether they bring him up or not, that is going to be a telltale sign of what they plan on doing in this offseason. And a lot of people, a lot of Mets fans have grown attached to Ronnie Mauricio being a long-term option at DH. Obviously, he doesn't really have a solidified position. The Mets have tried out the outfield spot with him in the minor leagues. It hasn't gone to par, as what they've had hoped. I like Ronnie Mauricio. He's a valuable switch hitting power guy, especially from the left side. But I'll say it once and I'll say it again. I said it a million of times. I'll say it again. He's expendable. He's expendable. And that news is going to be right on par with whether Justin Verlander is traded or not. Because if Justin Verlander is traded, that market for a starting pitcher, the trade market is going to be something that the Mets need to delve into in the offseason. So we'll see. But the thing is like the common denominator here is that the Mets farm system is now crowded with infielders,
I was gonna
right?
say we have a lot of infielders. Yeah.
We have a lot of infielders. We have Alvarez to stay at the catching position. So you have Parada, who's also, I won't say he's expendable by any means, but I'm saying like maybe they might shop him. And then you have Ronald Hernandez, who they just got in, a little bit of a less solidified product from the Marlins system in rookie ball. The catching position is also one to monitor as well going forward. So we'll see. Marco Vargas obviously was the key return of that Robertson deal, but the infield position is crowded. Whether they want to trade those guys or whether they want to reposition them remains to be seen, but the Mets front office has flexibility now, and that's what this trade deadline is about, is having flexibility, is getting depth, is getting the flexibility to trade some guys in the pipeline. And like I said, there's going to be some sort of trade, some blockbuster trade that the Mets are involved with in the 2023 offseason. And a lot of people are trying to, I feel like a lot of Mets fans are trying to ignore that fact. Like, you don't deal Scherzer and you don't
I don't think a
potentially
lot of
talk
Mets
about.
fans have thought that far ahead, to be honest.
No, and maybe not, but like that's our job up here on camera to say that on camera is like that's our job to think that far ahead, because if the Mets are seriously considering these options for Verlander, that means that like yeah, the free agent pitching class is what it is, but you're going to have to make a trade at some point in the offseason. I don't think that like Mets fans like are thinking about that. I don't think they're thinking about that. And because trades are just a little bit of a different ball game, a little bit of a different animal to sort of deal
I
with.
think it's hard
Um,
because you don't know who's available. Like
exactly,
it's
exactly.
just you're kind of guessing when it comes to trades. Like free agents, we know who's going to be a free agent. Trades up until the time comes where the team says, okay, or you get reports that this guy and this guy are available. You're just kind of guessing and grasping at straws. I did want to mention this. I know we're mostly talking Mets, but it's an MLB trade deadline thing. Somebody mentioned Emmanuel Clase and whether the Guardians would make him available. He signed through 2028. I really doubt that they trade him unless they got completely blown away. I know they traded that what's his name, Savale or whatever,
Yeah.
to the Rays. They actually got a pretty decent guy back, the first baseman, in that trade. So yeah, I don't think I see that happening. Um, Guys like that are signed and are in under team control for that long or tend to not get traded. Same for like Luis Robert, he signed for another few years. Unless the White Sox are blown away, I don't see them getting rid of him. He's a guy. That's a guy I would love to have. I mean, obviously, we probably wouldn't trade for him now that we're sellers, but he's the kind of player that is an impact player that would make a difference. The only thing with him is he's got an injury history and it's a lengthy one. So if you're buying somebody like him, you buyer beware, because you could end up regretting it rather quickly. So yeah, guys like that are tough, just because there's teams don't tend to make guys that are expendable that are signed for that long. Um, so we'll see. As far as Ronnie's concerned, I it's so hard to gauge what they're thinking with him. Like you said, it'll be interesting to see what they do after the deadline, after the dust settles. Do they bring him up? Do they still leave him in the minors? If they still leave him in the minors, does that mean they're considering trading him? Possibly.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
100%, Nelson. It does.
you think
100%.
yeah, you think that one of the reasons they do that is they don't want to put him in the majors and have him struggle and have his value go down. Um, so yeah, I could see that. If we do call him up though, then maybe he is in the long term plans. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to tell just because we have so many guys at middle infield positions now. And we're gonna have to move some of them either in trades or they're gonna have to move positions because not all of them can play second and especially shortstop because we have a shortstop for another 9-10 years. So and second base technically is McNeil's for a few years, but I'd gladly move him this deadline. I'd gladly move him in the offseason, whichever. If you're new, haven't seen me before, I'm the Amish Country Mets fan. Go to my at some point go to my YouTube page and subscribe if you could. I do content with Rob now on Mondays. We do the Roundtable podcast. But if you don't know me, I'm a hand up. Can't see my hand. There it is. Hand up. I'm a McNeil hater. Not a fan. Sorry if you like McNeil, but he's a guy I'd gladly get rid of. And it's not just a this year thing. I would have dealt him last year. I would have dealt him the year before last. Like, just never been a McNeil guy. I don't like his attitude. Just don't really like his style of play that much, to be honest. So yeah, that's where I stand on McNeil. If he goes, I'm fine with it, especially if it opens up spots for guys like Acuna and Mauricio, and eventually down the line, Jet Williams is going to need a spot. Which that's a guy I wouldn't like. We talk about expendable players. I love Jet Williams. I believe in Jet Williams. I think that kid's going to be a stud. I would not trade that kid unless it's for a huge player. Like, Jet Williams is a guy. He looks like a little mini Dust. Actually, he looks the same size as Dustin Pedroia. And if you look at their like batting, like their stance and their follow through and everything, they almost look identical at the plate. And if we could have that in the future on our team, that would be awesome. So Jet Williams is a guy I'd like to keep around for the long term.
No, and I completely agree. Jet Williams is a guy who's also right expendable at this point. You could either like let him go or transition him to a center field position where he would thrive. The Mets have a lot of good versatility options going forward in their repositionings and their trade, I guess, discussions and talks going forward. But I think, some of the comments here are saying that, why are we trading these guys so soon? Why are we selling so soon? I think the Mets are doing right. I think that they realize the losses. I think that they're not trading the core guys. You're talking about Alonso. The offseason is a completely different story, right? But like when you're talking about this trade deadline, which is what this live stream is that, the core guys are going to be here. Verlander, or I mean, I should say Scherzer, was never a core guy, to be honest with you. Just given his age, he was never a core guy. And you get what you get out of him, which was Luis Angel Acuna, who could be a core guy moving forward. So they're doing right by the organization, and I like what they're doing. And honestly, I'd rather sell early and often than be in a position like the Yankees are in right now in terms of being in flux and deciding whether they want to sell or buy. So, listen, I don't know what else to say, but listen, the Mets are setting themselves up for success. I know a lot of Mets fans can't see that right now, but they really are. They really are, and I like what they're doing, and I think they're going to be contenders here going forward. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, Nelson brought up a lot of good points, and Rob, I'm literally refreshing my feed 24/7 here with Jeff passing bombs and such to update the crowd on. So I'm sure you're doing the same.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about. I heard Nelson's love affair of Jeff McNeil. I'm telling you right now, I was not in 2021 when the Seattle Mariners were begging the Mets to put Jeff McNeil in the deal with the Diaz Cano thing. If they would have put Jeff McNeil in that trade with Jay Bruce and whoever else was in there as well, Kelnick was probably not going to be in that deal then. But because the Mets are so stubborn with Jeff McNeil, Brody Van Wagenen was so ready to put Kelnick in that trade. 2 years in a row, somebody wanted Jeff McNeil in any type of trade. They wanted Jeff McNeil. I think he's too inconsistent. He's a guy, his attitude is just ridiculously, I just don't know what the hell's wrong with his attitude. He is also a guy that if he doesn't hit for average, does nothing good enough to be in this lineup and be on the field. If you don't bat 300, he's a worthless player. And look what happens this year. I mean, do you even realize Jeff McNeil's on this team? He's not batting 300. He don't hit home runs. Like at least in 2021, when his average wasn't that good, he was hitting home runs, so he was productive on that end. And even that is not what he was supposed to be for the Mets as a player. Him hitting home runs didn't help this team because he's a guy that needs to get on base. We need that on base percentage to be up. We need the guy to put bat on ball, get on base for the run producers on the team. He's not a run producer. He's not a home run hitter. He is an average hitter who gets on base for the run producers. If he don't do that, he's worthless. And now people see that and teams see that. I mean, his trade value is basically down the drain right now. And the Mets just gave him a 4-year extension. So there's your Jeff McNeil. And I would not be shocked if he gets moved for either Mauricio or Acuna and they throw him in left field and pray for the best. Because I don't like Jeff McNeil. I think he's not worth the headache, to be honest with you. It was cute and fun when he won the batting title, but he was a no-show in the playoffs just like most other Mets. And I don't think he's good enough for a guy. I don't know why they gave him that extension. I wouldn't have gave more than 2 years. He's too inconsistent. 1 year good, 1 year bad. 1 year good, 1 year bad. It's not worth it. And now that we're probably stuck with him because I don't think anybody wants him now. And if you do find an idiot team to take him, I would see what you can get for him, in my opinion.
And the Mets are literally stuck with not only McNeil but Marte as well, taking him for roster spot as well. I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to find a team to take Marte as well. So we'll see what happens with those guys. But at a certain point, the roster spots get limited, whether you're talking about infield or outfield with these prospects coming up. McNeil, if you move him for the plethora of infield, spots or position players that the minor league system has right now, you're going to have to move McNeil to the outfield. And then when you move McNeil to the outfield, you're talking about, a trade that can happen. And a guy that I want, to be honest with you, if the Padres are really out of it next season, because I don't think he gets dealt at this deadline, but I mean, maybe even off season, but you're talking about Juan Soto. It's really crowded, man. It's really crowded. It's really hard to say. So it's a good point. McNeil, honestly, whether you're sold on him or not, he's a roster spot that gets taken up, maybe unwillingly. And if he's not hitting that 300 mark, the MLB batting champion mark spot that he's been in last season, maybe he's not as productive because his glove is great in terms of being versatile, but he's not great at any one particular position. And guess what? The Mets middle infield, moving forward is not going to be best suited with him at second base with Lindor. That's not the best defensive alignment that you can get with him. The Mets prospects coming up that can fill in at second base are going to be better off at second base with Lindor up the middle than they will be with Jeff McNeil. And that's just a cold, hard fact. So, we'll see what happens with McNeil, but it's going to be really hard to move him at this point with the deal that he got. And, I love the McNeil deal when he signed it. And I just wish he showed, and I wish he followed up more like Nimmo followed up. And I think that Nimmo's had a great season this year after getting that extension. I wish McNeil had a little bit similar of a success this season. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I really don't know what to think about McNeil right now, moving forward long term on the.
Yeah, you're right about that. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, this team, I mean, there's a lot of ways to go. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of infielders that could possibly play the outfield. So it's just a matter of what we don't know what the Mets are thinking. The Mets can believe that they wanted Acuna because this guy's going to be up in 2024, either play second base or left field. Same thing that goes for whatever else they might get that might be available. Maybe they really do believe that Mauricio can be their left fielder. And maybe McNeil in the offseason could be the one traded. And they're going to go with Acuna and Mauricio in left and second base. And then there you go. So, Nelson. So, I know Chris just walked away, but I'm going to actually get some sleep because I am falling asleep. I'm not going to lie. So if you guys can hold it down for me for a few hours and just let me know when you guys just want to give up, let me know and I'll end the stream for you guys.
All right, sounds good.
All right, man. Thank you, bye. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you in a few hours.
See her up. All right. Well, looks like it's just me for the moment as Chris has fallen off. I'll try to catch up on some of these comments here. I see Dodgers fan. Do you think you really want to know if the Dodgers have? Listen, if the Dodgers are willing to just give up the prospects, I see you said prospects and Bobby Miller. Like, I mean, if I'm the Mets, it's hard pressed to give pass on Bobby Miller and a couple extra prospects. But who knows? This Dodgers. I guess Rob had said that um, the talks had broken down a little bit. So if they decide to circle back, we'll see. I agree with Chris. The Mets are kind of in the driver's seat on this one. If the Dodgers want to pay up and they want to take on some of the money and give us what we want in terms of prospects, then yeah, it can happen. But if they want to play hardball, then I don't think the Mets are in a position where they have to make a deal. So they'll be more than glad to walk away. Um, so that's where we are with that. In my opinion, anyway. I don't know what you think, Chris.
No, I mean, I don't think Bobby Miller is a viable option in a trade for Justin Verlander. I think the reports a couple hours ago, at least from what I've seen, was surrounding Sheehan, who's made a couple of starts for the Dodgers already. He's 3-1 with like a 5.57 ERA. Obviously, a small sample size at the MLB level. He had good minor league numbers. Rob said that on the Roundtable podcast, so shout out him for that. But I think that would be a fair return. It's all about the money aspect for me in a Justin Verlander deal with the Dodgers. Listen, if you're a Mets fan and want Bobby Miller in return for Justin Verlander, I don't think it's happening. But Sheehan, and if the Dodgers are able to eat, a little bit more money, could happen, but we'll see what happens. The Mets are in the driver's seat. I've said that for a long time now. I said it on the roundtable tonight. The Mets are in the driver's seat. So yeah, man, I really don't think the Mets need to make any rash decisions. Win-win. It's a win-win. You win because if you don't trade Scherzer or Verlander, he is on the team for 2024. He's your ace. Whether you have Yamamoto coming in, whether you make a trade or whatnot, he's going to be on the team. If he gets traded, it's also a win because you're getting one of their top pitchers and they're eating some of that money for Cohen to go spend and Epler and Stearns, presumably Stearns, to go spend on the bullpen. So that is a win-win situation. The Mets are not going to get desperate. I know us as fans might get a little bit desperate at times, but we don't need to get desperate. Scherzer was the domino that was really a realistic domino to fall. Verlander is a little bit higher on the totem pole, in my opinion, to where if he falls, it's fine. But if he stands still and if he stays upright, not that big of a deal. I'm willing to take Scherzer on the 2024 Mets any day of the week. So that's how I think about the Verlander talks. And if the trade does happen for Verlander, guys, if you're in the comments, it's not happening tonight. I will say that right now. We will be going to bed and we'll be hearing about it maybe tomorrow, but it's not happening tonight.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's what
definitely not happening tonight. Rams fan, what do you think the Dodgers have, or what are the Dodgers' options if Dodgers can't land JV? I'd be looking at the Tigers. Rodriguez is obviously available. I don't know how many. There are a ton of arms that I've heard that are available. To be honest, I think the Pirates had been shopping Keller, but I don't think he's good enough to where that's what you're looking for. Um, so I don't know. I haven't heard too many other names out there, especially aces. Um, Four Putt says JV to the Braves for Soroka, Grissom, and number one prospect. What do you think? I don't know. I'm not opposed to trading in the division, but when it comes to the Braves and my hatred in my heart for that team, I have a hard time helping them and giving
Who,
them a
JV?
taste.
JV to
Yeah,
the Braves?
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no.
I have a hard time giving a guy like JV. Like if they wanted a guy like Fam, then that's one thing. But I don't know. I don't want to send anybody to the Braves that I think could help them make a run. I just hate that team that much. I'd rather trade with the Yankees. um, I'd rather trade with almost any other team, but the Braves, I just can't. I can't stomach that franchise.
Yeah, man. I just saw a tweet from Jesse Rogers on Twitter, completely unrelated, but obviously a free agent this coming off season. Marcus Stroman. He's given up 5 runs plus in his last 3 outings. He lasted 3 innings tonight. Over his last 7 starts, he's given up a total of 30 earned runs in 30 innings.
It's a good
So
thing. It's a good thing that the Cubs aren't selling then, because they whoever was buying probably would question whether that's a good idea.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly, exactly.
Stroman, I don't think is in the Mets plans at any point, given given the fact that that bridge has been pretty severely burned. He's not one to be shy about how much he hated it here, or and hates the fans pretty much. So he talks trash any chance he gets. So it is what it is. Whatever he does, I don't really care. I'm out on I'm out on Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, no, the 100%. I mean, Stroman, that bridge is severed. It's just funny because like we're talking about the 2023 offseason starting pitching market. You're talking about Julio Urias, talking about Aaron Nola, Blake Snell is a guy. Obviously, the headliner Shohei Ohtani. Marcus Stroman is in there. Noah Syndergaard's in there. Something weird happened with Syndergaard's outing today with the Guardians. His first Guardians outing, which is pretty funny to see. Something weird happened there. I don't know exactly what happened. If someone in the comments can comment that, but I'm not really in tune with Noah Syndergaard or whatnot. But yeah,
He pitched
it
well.
really. What was that?
I thought he pitched well. Did I miss something else that happened?
It was some weird video that I saw. I gotta go back in there. Maybe he pitched well or not. It was something about the umpires coming to the mound or whatever. But anyways, yeah, I don't really know.
Uh,
Julio Urias, man, is the only guy that I would be willing to give a long-term deal. Yeah, he pitched 5 shutout innings. There was some weird video that I saw. I don't really know what was going on there, but
I said he
Julio
got hit,
Urias.
but had to leave.
Okay, got it. Um, yeah, Julio Urias really is the only guy in the 2024 starting pitching, I guess, class or 2023 offseason class, free agent class that is, that I would give that I would consider, I should say, giving a long-term deal for. I don't believe in Blake Snell. I don't believe in Aaron Nola long term. Julio Urias is obviously having a down year, but I think his sample size is a little bit better than what the other guys have to offer. Obviously, Aaron Nola has had success, but I'm not too enamored with Aaron Nola in the slightest. I know, Nelson, you agree. But it is going to be Yamamoto is going to be the highlight of the free agent class, at least in terms of the Mets talk. And then we'll see what Shohei decides to do. Senga's going to be here. Quintana, barring any unforeseen trades, Quintana is going to be here. And we'll see. Like I said, whether Justin Verlander is here or not, the Mets can make a run at the starting rotation and they can build a solid World Series contending rotation with Justin Verlander or not, and that is via trade. We'll see what happens with Ronnie Mauricio, and that's just what it is. But yeah, the trade
Yeah,
deadline is in full force. I have notifications up. I
yeah.
have,
I need to get all my um notifications like updated to start coming to me. I saw Kenny. I got Kenny in the chat. What up, Kenny? Just want to take the moment to whoever's watching. I know we're filling in for Rob on his trade deadline special, trying to get him some sleep. Um, if you haven't seen us before, my name is Nelson. I go by Amish Country Mets fan. I have a YouTube page as well. I do tons of Mets content. If you are watching and could give us, me and Chris both, he does his page is CPNY Sports here on YouTube as well. Mine's is at Amish Country Mets fan. If you could at some point, if you're on Rob's channel, hop on over to ours if you haven't already, and give us a subscription, like, comment, all that good stuff. We greatly appreciate it. We do the show, the Roundtable podcast with Rob on Mondays and Hayden as well. So you'll see us if you're into the Rob stuff. Usually you'll see us there. And yeah, glad to help him out. He's doing this crazy special. I'm usually a night owl anyway. I think Chris is as well. So we're trying to help him out a little bit. I might jump on tomorrow as well. And yeah, go ahead, Chris, if you want to shout out. I mean, I tried to shout out your stuff, but anything else you want to say?
Yeah, no, I mean my YouTube ad is at CPNY Sports. I'd appreciate a subscribe as well. Doing Mets content, obviously with Nelson, Interstate Mets Report, Tuesdays and Fridays. I'm not going to turn this into a whole shout outing of us. This is Rob stuff and we're helping him out. But yeah, definitely we do some great stuff as well. We talk about the Mets every Tuesdays and Fridays. If you're in for Mets content, subscribe to my channel. But yeah, we'll see. I just subscribed to or I just followed. I've been following John Heyman, but I turned on his notifications as well. So I'm in on all the notifications for the big reporters of MLB. I'll be getting that. I'll be refreshing my feed here. We'll see what happens. It is past 1 a.m.
Yeah,
Obviously,
I was gonna say, if we're being
um,
honest, most of the East Coast guys are probably winding down. They got to get some sleep as well. I know it's a 24/7 job, but I figure at some point Billy Epler needs to get some sleep, and all the other GMs. The West Coast guys maybe up for a little longer, and maybe you could see a West Coast team doing a late night deal, but for the most part, we're probably not going to see anything tonight.
yeah.
Things will definitely pick up tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. We'll start seeing some deals flying. Hopefully, anyway. I hope it's not a boring trade deadline. I know we've had a lot of stuff happen already, but it's always fun to have the deals on the actual day and the deals that come in like the last hour or two. So yeah, it'll be fun to see if we get some crazy movement or that surprise move that nobody sees coming. Those are always fun to talk about. That out of left field move that you're like, holy crap, I didn't expect that team to do trade for so and so. Or so we'll see what
No,
happens.
yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I said, my at on YouTube is at CPNY Sports. All across the board, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube at CPNY Sports. Go ahead and subscribe. But yeah, we'll see. The teams like the White Sox or the Cardinals are the prime teams to be looking out for in terms of a blockbuster. Two teams that are definitely underperforming in terms of what we're seeing right now in their record and what versus what they have on paper. Obviously, the Cardinals have like Goldschmidt and Arenado, who are guys that will be there for the long term, but that the Cardinals have not ruled out in terms of making a blockbuster deal. For this trade deadline. I think it's pretty much smoke and it's not going to happen, but it's interesting to think about in the very least at some point. But we'll see what happens to the rest of the trade deadline. We know who the teams are that are going to be gunning for a championship contender. The one it's not really surprising, but the Angels being buyers is really surprising to me. It's not surprising because the owner is who he is. He's a little bit stubborn, but they have made the moves to sort of make a run at the playoffs
Yeah,
at
they
a
made a lot of
championship.
moves.
They have made a lot of moves, and credit to them for doing so, but it's just like a head scratcher because it's like Shohei Ohtani's time in LA, as an Angel is going to be in question in the offseason. And they got a couple guys, signed to long-term deals. Rendon, Trout, who guys who are injury ridden. It's interesting what they're doing over there in LA. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think for the Mets, as we talk about the Mets and the Mets perspective of the trade deadline, which all these good listeners over here are pretty much tuning in for Mets content. Tommy Pham is probably going to be the next one to go, to be honest with you. So we'll see what the trade market value is for Tommy Pham. I don't think Justin Verlander deal gets done until maybe like late tomorrow or today, I should say. It's already 1:20. So today, I should say. So we'll see. But I think Tommy Pham is a guy that's 100% going to be sold before tomorrow's deadline.
Yeah, if you traded Canna, you're definitely trading Pham. Because Canna, you technically could have kept around next year. Pham is, I mean, you can re-sign him, but he's not already signed. Somebody asked if the Padres were buying or selling. I honestly don't know. They've kind of been back and forth on that. I know they're like within 4.5 games now of the wild card. They've been playing a lot better lately, so who knows? They might try to buy something at this point. Um, AJ Preller's usually very aggressive, so if he's, I wouldn't be shocked to see him go all in. I even saw a report that they were interested in Verlander. Um, Whether or not that's just smoke, who knows? But he likes to involve himself in the big names, so it's a possibility. The Padres have a decent system as well. Whether they not they want to pay that kind of money, I don't know. Their payroll's pretty high as well. Um, so maybe they sneak in last minute for JB. They panic and they decide we're going for it and we want a guy like Verlander. Who knows? But yeah, I think Tommy Pham's definitely the next piece. Where he goes, who knows? I'm taking the best deal, whoever it's from. I don't really care who it's from. I just would rather not. Of all the teams that I've heard connected, I don't want it to be the Yankees. I think the Yankees have a lot of overrated prospects. I don't believe in their prospects. Um, yeah, I'm not a fan of their system at all. Like, I'm sorry, call me a hater if you want. I don't think many Mets fans in here would, but if there's a Yankee sympathizer out there among us, then call me a hater all you want. But I just don't have any desire to see us make that deal with them, just because I don't believe in that system at all.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And we'll see what happens with that. But shout out Michael Lamb. He says, "Hey guys," and we got a comment saying, "Just got off of work. Where's Rob?" Rob is asleep,
Rob
as Michael
retired. We have
said.
taken over his channel. No, I'm
Yeah,
just
we've taken over.
kidding.
We're helping Rob out. He's got the live stream deadline special here. We are taking over for a couple hours, giving him some much needed rest. He's obviously been doing a great job covering the deadline, not only from the Mets perspective, but just all in all. So I don't think that we see anything too spectacular here in the late hours of the East Coast time, but we'll see. Maybe we can break some breaking news here on the stream. So appreciate
Would be
everybody.
nice if there was something, if we stayed up and we actually got a little something.
I'd love that. I would love that. I mean, I'm sure the GMs are working hard, but I just don't see it happening. So we'll see.
I got
Um,
ESPN on, hoping to see something scroll like a breaking news thing or something, but
yeah,
nothing.
exactly. Exactly. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, but we can talk about the Mets prospects that we got in return in the meantime. I'm sure that a lot of people in here are wondering about the Marco Vargases of the world, the Ronald Hernandezes, the Luis Angel Acuñas, and how they fit into the overall Mets pipeline. So we can talk about that as well to fill some of the time. But if the Mets don't make any moves today, will y'all be disappointed? I won't say I will be disappointed. I'll only be disappointed with the fam move. If they don't move Pham, I will be disappointed. Rayleigh is a guy who I want to keep, so I will not be disappointed if he's on the team. Verlander is a fringe guy who I really think that the Mets could use in 2024, so I will not be disappointed if they don't move Pham. Ottavino, I think they should take any and all calls on Ottavino. But Omar Narvaez is a guy, like, if someone needs a backup catcher, send them away. Omar Narvaez, like, probably does not need to be here. But other than that, I mean, no, I won't be disappointed at all. I think the Mets, what the front office has done so far this trade deadline and the prospects that they've acquired have done their due diligence with the selling process. And they've done a good job with it. So that's my opinion on what we've got in return. We can talk about the specific prospects in general, Nelson, if you want to, but the Mets have, done a good job so far in terms of selling. They have another piece or two, I should say, to sell off. But in terms of the overall prospects that they've gotten in return so far, being Ronald Hernandez, Marco Vargas, the younger prospects, and then Luis Angel Acuna, dude, that's spectacular. That's a win for the Mets, especially with Scherzer. Obviously, everybody is enamored with Scherzer. He was a very good signing when they signed him. I performed lights out last season, did not show up in the big games. To get a prospect like Luis Angel Acuna from the Texas Rangers in exchange for Max Scherzer, given that contract and given the amount of millions that Steve Cohen, like, literally just ate up and paid for the Texas Rangers to acquire a top 50 prospect like Luis Angel Acuna, absolute win. So that's where I'm at with the Mets so far before we see any other moves.
Yeah. I just want to circle back to that comment of whether I'd be disappointed. I'm right there with you. Uh, unless they didn't trade Pham, that's the only thing that would really kind of disappoint me. And even then, I don't think I'd be like crazy disappointed. I think we've done a pretty solid job with what we've got so far. Like you said, we got Vargas, Hernandez in that Robertson deal. Then we got Luis Angel Acuna, which is a stud prospect for Scherzer. That's my favorite deal so far, definitely. And then we got that pitcher um for Ken. I'm blanking on his name right now though.
Justin
Um,
Jarvis. Justin Jarvis.
Justin Jarvis, JJ, double J's. Uh,
JJ.
so yeah, I like what we've done so far, and I hope we do get a few more pieces in here. But if it's not Verlander, that's fine with me. Like with you, if we deal him and we get a haul for him, great. But if we keep him, I'm also happy. Um, Pham, I think we could get something decent for. So I really would like to see him go somewhere. Um, just like I said, not the Yankees.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And obviously we are on the Morning Brew podcast talking about the Yankees as well. And that farm system is just an absolute joke, right? That farm system is not good. That team overall in the Bronx is just not, they're in flux. They don't know whether they want to sell. They don't know whether they want to buy. They're 3.5 games out of a wild card. Obviously, their roster is old. They're not going to be winning a championship this season. And it's hilarious the approach that front office and Cashman is taking right now. So my philosophy is, listen, if you're pissed at the Mets for not living up to expectations in 2023, that's one thing, and I completely understand. It's a very valid thought and feeling, but at least the front office and our owner has enough awareness to cut the losses early so that we are able to get prospects in return and still compete for 2024, because Luis Angel Acuna is slotted into that, I think, number one prospect spot for the Mets, and he's going to be MLB ready next year. To be honest with you, like, I know a lot of people are not expecting him to be a part of the opening day roster in 2024. I am personally, but whether it's not, on opening day or whether it's mid-April or early May, whatever that case may be, he's going to be up in 2024. And you just look at, across town what they're doing in the Bronx. It's a joke. It's an actual joke, and it's a slap in the face to their fans, to be honest with you. And that team is an old team on paper. They got Judge and they got Garrett Cole. I guess the Yankees fans think that Gleyber Torres is one of the only players that they can get value out of, and that's pretty sad. And you're looking at the Mets trading an old man and Scherzer, talking about an older gentleman and Justin Verlander and getting some compensation. Tommy Pham, who they only had on a 1-year deal, $6 million, going to get some good compensation out of him. Like, the Mets are doing everything right. And they're doing everything right in spite of spending so much in the offseason to potentially put a winner out there that just failed. And it failed because the Mets roster on paper did not perform up to the back of their baseball card. And that's just what it was. There was no life. Maybe there's some issues in the clubhouse. We don't know. Hopefully, the front office is getting that shared up. Hopefully, that'll be a non factor in 2024. We'll see what happens out of there. But on paper, what the Mets are doing right now, really, you have like, when's the last time that we've ever seen a contending team like the Mets on paper in the beginning of the season sell as aggressively as the Mets have been selling so far on the trade deadline and getting these MLB ready prospects? Well, I won't say MLB ready. Luis Angel Acuna is MLB ready, but these prospects in return for these guys who are expected to make the Mets World Series contenders. I haven't seen it. And guess what? Marco Vargas, yeah, he's in rookie ball, but he just went 3 for 5 in his first MLB debut in the Florida Complex League for the Mets. He just went 3 for 5. Ronald Hernandez went 1 for 1 with 3 walks. And rookie ball is rookie ball. I'll say that once and for all. But the Mets front office really needed to be confident in what they were getting back for David Robertson, who was probably the best reliever and the best closer, bar none, on the trade market. And to pull a deal that early for David Robertson speaks volumes as to what the front office thinks of Marco Vargas and Ronald Hernandez in a absolutely stacked Marlins farm system. Everyone's talking about, Marco Vargas was the Marlins' 18th overall prospect. Ronald Hernandez was their 21st overall prospect. That don't mean nothing. That doesn't mean anything. Nothing. The only knock you can make on that trade is that these guys are going to be ready in 2026 or 2027, not 2024 or 2025. That's the only knock you can make out of it. So we'll see what happens to those guys. I think is a win-win. I think this whole trade deadline really is a win-win for the Mets. Obviously, the players we've talked about on the roundtable. If you guys have not tuned in at 8 p.m. yesterday, obviously, with Rob, Hayden, Nelson, and I on the roundtable podcast, we talked about the deadline overall. The Mets are on the driver's seat. Mets fans, let's not get desperate. We're not going to get desperate. The front office isn't desperate, and we got Steve Cohen at the helm. I know times are a little shaky right now, and this is not what you guys want to hear, but we've been getting some proper returns for these guys at this trade deadline. So, I'm not a Mets homer by any stretch of the imagination. Epler has his faults. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Epler has been the perfect GM for the New York Mets since he's gone at the helm. He's made his mistakes. The Trevor Gott deal, the Darren Ruff deal, all failures. Whether you want to point out that Tommy Pham being the only offensive upgrade this past offseason, these are all knocks against Billy Epler. 100%, I understand. And I'm not Billy Epler's biggest super fan either, even with what he's done in this trade deadline. I get it, because I don't think he's the mastermind behind a lot of the stuff that's been going on. But listen, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, Nelson. I don't know if you do as well, but I see the light. I see the light at the end of the 2023 season, the 2023 offseason being that light. And I think that the Mets are not due because obviously the last offseason was a fireworks show, but I think that it's going to be even a bigger fireworks show come the 2023 MLB offseason. So that's just what I think. And there's a lot of naysayers of Steve Cohen right now. And I can understand where they're coming from, but I'm not going to buy into all of that. With what I've seen in these moves, I'm not going to kill Steve Cohen and what he's doing. Because guess what? He's invested his money. He has not gotten the returns on his money so far. And he's reinvesting that money. He's not only eating the money on his dead investments, he's reinvesting that money to get better prospects in return. So I don't know where you stand on that, but that's quite frankly where I stand on.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to, because my overall viewpoint on this team goes back to when he first bought it. He bought it with the Wilpons having been in charge, having been broke, having left with him with no infrastructure whatsoever. The scouting department was weak. The minor league complex was weak. We didn't have a pitching lab. We just opened ours up like a couple months ago when other teams have had them for years. The farm system was weak. He was left with nothing really that great. So he had to make a choice when he came in. What do I do? How do I get this team to where I want it? I want to be, in his head, he wants to be the Dodgers East. Well, how do you get there? You don't get there by selling what little prospects you have. You didn't have many to begin with. What he did do, he went first right out of the gate. He went and got Lindor. I know he's a polarizing guy. Some people don't like him. I love the dude. I think he's one of the best shortstops in the game. I think it was an excellent move. That made a statement. We're here. I'm here to play. Then, I mean, that first season didn't go great for the team, for Lindor, for everybody. Then he went all in. Max was on the table. Everybody was like, "Oh, Max will never go to the Mets." He made it happen. He threw $43 million out there. And if you want to argue he shouldn't have done it, okay, but what was the alternative? He had to boost the rotation. He had to do something. Max was one of the only decent pitchers on the market. To me, it's a move he kind of had to make because the alternative was sell the fan base on just blowing everything up and going on a rebuild for years. I'm sorry, but the whole concept of you can't rebuild in New York is kind of true. Fans don't want to hear it. Even the ones that say they do, like, as soon as it starts to happen, they start to bitch about it. So it was a no-win situation in that he walked into. So what he decided to do was, I'm going to just throw money at the problem. God bless the guy, and hope it works. The first year or the second year, you could argue it kind of worked. We won 101 games. We were in a battle for the division all year. We made the playoffs. In the playoffs, we fell short. This year, it obviously blew up in his face. But what does he do? He doesn't say, you know what, screw this. I'm taking my ball and going home. I don't want to eat any more money. He's like, you know what, Billy? Go out there, trade these guys, eat as much money as you possibly can, and get me the best pieces you possibly can. And to me, that inspires confidence. Like, I will run through a wall for Steve Cohen. I'm sorry. Just because I don't know another owner that would do that. Most of these billionaire, and they're billionaires, they are way too cheap. Listen, I live outside of Pittsburgh. The few Pirates fans that are left, because they've all been alienated, hate their owner. This guy is made of money, and he refuses to invest in that baseball team. And I can't blame him. And yeah, they have a lot of young pieces, but the sad part is at some point they're probably just gonna end up playing for another team because he's not gonna pay them. He paid Brian Reynolds, and that was because Reynolds gave him a team-friendly deal because he likes Pittsburgh. And so when you look at guys like that, Cleveland's owner's cheap. Hell, Hal Steinbrenner, Yankee fans hate the dude because he's not his father. He's not spending money like George would. He's afraid of going over the luxury tax. Like, if we had an owner like that, we'd be losing our minds. So I feel good about where we are. As weird as that is to say, obviously we wanted to win this year. But I'm not afraid of next year and next year being a rebuild year, because I don't think Cohen is in the position that he wants to sit here and lose for another year. He's going to do whatever it takes to try and turn this into a winner. And he will throw boatloads of money at Shohei Ohtani. Whether Ohtani takes it and comes here, obviously we don't know. But I've 1000% believe that he's going to make a run at him. Because he's proven he'll do anything. And if he misses on Ohtani, then I'm sure Soto is going to be on his radar for the following year or as for a midseason deal. Like, he's not going to shy away from these big ticket guys. Hopefully he's learned in that he should maybe shy away from these older guys. The older, maybe not throw $40 million at an aging starter because it didn't work out so well. You could argue both times. Verlander's been a little better, but we'll see. But yeah, I mean, I like the vision. I want them to get younger. That's what they're doing. They got pitching prospects coming up that look to be somewhat decent. They obviously have a ton of position players in the system that look to be decent. So I feel good about next year, and that's where I'm at. I'm going to try to catch up on some of these comments, seeing as Chris seems to be bouncing in and out a little bit. Explosive diarrhea. I can't get over the name explosive diarrhea. We need Matt Allen to get healthy. Yeah, I kind of think Matt Allen is washed. I'm going to be honest. If we get something out of him, great. I just don't expect it at this point. Max was a great signing. We had a 1-year window, but failed after that. Yeah, you could argue we should have went for it harder at the last deadline for sure. Hector says, I'm trying to figure out what the Mets are doing, blowing up a rebuild, a revamp. I think it's a revamp for next year for sure. Patrick Sinclair, I believe we stole Marco Vargas. Yeah, man, that was a great pickup for me. 4-putt, your window was last year, and that was beginning of the season. Beginning of the end after being eliminated. I don't know about that. I wonder if Buck will be the manager. I don't think any of us really. I think Chris, I'm pretty sure you're on board that I think most of us think Buck is probably gone after the year. At least we hope.
Listen, listen. He's gone. That's it.
Yeah.
He's gone. It's happening. He's not going to be the manager in 2024, and if he is, then I'll eat my words. But he's gone. So whoever's watching, whether you like Buck Showalter or not, I don't think he's going to be the manager of the Mets in 2024. That's my opinion.
So this might be an old report. I mean, it says 2 hours ago. Guy by the name of Ari Alexander. I don't know how reliable he is on Verlander. Yes, the Astros are in on him. The Dodgers have been as well. Mets ask is expected to be high, on top of one of the top hitting prospects plus one of the top pitching prospects as part of the framework. Money to pay down the contract is a factor. So really nothing new in any of that report there. But yeah, so they're except that it seems like they want a hitter and a pitcher in this as a return for Verlander. So we'll see. I'm gonna keep scrolling here and see if I can find any other little tidbits on the trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean, just to piggyback on that, I really don't think that um Buck Showalter is going to be here. Let's be honest. David Stearns is going to come in, potentially bring his own guy. That's something that we have to account for. I think the little honeymoon phase that Buck Showalter brought in 2022, whether it's his fault or not, and let's face it, it's not all his fault. In 2023, of this downfall of this team is not Buck Showalter's fault. But listen, he is the manager at the end of the day. He makes the lineups. And let's face it, the president of baseball operations, whether it's Stearns or somebody else, is not his guy. So it's not going to be Buck Showalter at the helm in 2024, from what I assume, and that is just my assumption. But we'll see. Um, what do we have here? Can we bring up this comment here? I don't know if we can. I think Rob has the reins on that one, but
Yeah,
Carlton Van
I
Noy.
haven't figured out how to pull up
Yeah, I don't know how
comments.
to figure that. Yeah. Because Rob really is the ultimate guy that has the helm of this podcast and this live. We're just here filling in. But shout out Carlton Van Noy in the comments. Appreciate you tuning in to Rob's stream, donating a little bit of money as well. I want to highlight your comment and we'll talk about it for a little bit. Nick Kroll with a very good move. Maul fits nicely. Yeah, and we saw the mall trade as well. And I want to bring up that mall trade. Let me bring that up real quick. It was the Cincinnati Reds who acquired lefty reliever Sam Maul. And Sam Maul was previously a part of the Oakland Athletics organization. The Cincinnati Reds we will see shortly how far the Cincinnati Reds will go. That team literally hit me with a 180 because I was just like, the Cincinnati Reds are not making any noise. All of a sudden, they're keeping, they're in it. They're in it. They bring up Ellie Del Cruz, and we know what he is in the MLB level. And it's just like, whoa, like these teams. I mean, the O's are a little bit of a different situation, but you talk about a team like the Reds. And you talk about a team like the Diamondbacks as well. Obviously, the Diamondbacks have to contend with the Dodgers, and the Reds have to contend with the Brewers. And it's not really a similar situation, but two teams who were not thought of anything special coming into this season. Obviously, the young talent in the pipeline was there, but definitely not for 2023. And you look at 2023, and it's like, whoa, these guys are literally playoff contenders. So, absolutely a great job. Anytime an MLB team that is a smaller market team like the Diamondbacks, like the Reds, are making a run for a playoff spot and are being competitive, doesn't matter how they do it. I am going to root for them. I'm rooting for the Baltimore Orioles. I will go on live right now and say that the Baltimore Orioles is the team that I'm rooting for going forward. But I like what the Cincinnati Reds are bringing to the table. I like the Diamondbacks, what they're bringing to the table, and I respect what they're doing right now. So shout out those teams and those organizations, especially if they're going to be buyers to the deadline with whatever they got. If they're buyers, then by all means, go for it. So
I'm a Wilmer Flores guy, so I'm rooting for the Giants. um, I always love my guy Wilmer. So that they're my team that I'm backing now that the Mets are pretty much. I mean, I guess if you want to nitpick, we're only 6 games out, but let's be honest, we're not making any noise. Um, So yeah, the Giants are my team, and then I follow the Pirates actually very closely just because I live so close, and they're like the regional team that's on. They're obviously not in the hunt. Cleveland I follow pretty close too because I also get their games. Um, they seem to be. There was questions whether they'd be buyers or sellers. It looks like they're selling. Um, I don't know. That Central Division in the AL, well, in the NL and AL, but the AL especially, it kind of sucks. The Twins, I think, are leading it, and the record isn't very good. Yeah, so it'd be interesting what happens there. So yeah, it's. I mean, I think as fans, we are probably looking for something to kind of latch on to here at the end of the season. So it'll be fun to watch these teams. The Reds are very fun. The Reds, I love Ellie De La Cruz. They got a lot of other young, explosive players. They probably could use some more pitching as well. It's the name of the game is pitching, especially in the postseason. So it'll be interesting to see. That's kind of why I think you were hearing Verlander's name so much. I don't think so much the Mets are want to shop him. I just think there's so many teams interested that you have to listen, just given the position that we're in. So like if one of these teams gives you an offer you can't refuse, that Godfather offer, then you take it. I think, but like you said, and we've said, and we've hammered home for a while, it's not something we have to do. So we're in the driver's seat. We'll see what happens. It'll be a fun however many hours are left at this point. I'm a little delusional here. We're almost at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I think we got about 16 hours left, so we'll see. Honestly, I'm kind of like I don't even know if it's just like me just being me, but like I'm kind of like locked in right now. I don't know if it's just me just being on this live right now, but I'm kind of locked in. We'll see how late that goes or how long that goes. But I want to shout out Andre Manation. Hopefully I got the name right. But shout out Andre in the comments. He says, "Really? You think Buck is gone, Chris? Who is taking over?" Um I really think with potentially David Stearns, and I say potentially with the biggest grain of salt because we all know how the reports go and the signings of these front office managers or whatnot go. It's always a when the reports come in early, like the David Stearns to the Mets reports did come in, it's always a grain of salt you have to take it with because things can fall through the cracks, and we'll just see what happens with it. But Andre, to answer your point, I think 100%. I think Buck Showalter's gone. That's the first domino of my answer. But the second domino, who's replacing him? To be honest with you, I saw some reports saying that if David Stearns comes on board, Craig Counsell could come on board to be the Mets manager. And listen, Craig Counsell solidified MLB player in his career, had a really solid career. Think he's done some good things with the Brewers. I think that could be a potential fit for manager. Some people I see here in the comments, um, Jorge Posada, I see from Patrick Sinclair here. I don't think that's viable. I think Carlos Beltran might be another name if you re-engage in discussions for him. Obviously, his managerial career kind of fell through the cracks with the Astros cheating scandal. He's a Mets special advisor right now. We'll see if he's open to being a manager. But everyone talks about Eric Chavez, who is also a viable option as well. But we'll see what happens with that. I think Craig Counsell right now is probably the leading prospect to be manager of the New York Mets in 2024 in a package deal with David Stearns, coming over as a free agent of president of baseball operations. But we'll see what happens in the managerial position. I just don't see Buck Showalter, that kind of manager, fitting in with the Mets in 2024, who are looking to get more youthful. I'm not saying because Buck Showalter is an older gentleman. I'm saying because Buck Showalter's managerial style is not in tune with playing the younger guys. And that's just how I feel. Whether Buck Showalter's making the lineups, this year or not, in his press conferences has been very evident to sort of dissuade me from believing that he believes in these younger guys that the Mets have to offer, especially when Alvarez and Beatty and Vientos were coming up, up to the major leagues this season. So we'll see what happens. I will not count on Buck Showalter being the manager in 2024. I'm not saying that the 2023 Mets failures fall on Buck Showalter solely, but I don't think he's going to be the manager in 2024. Nelson, what do you have to say on that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I say David Stearns comes in, I would think he'd want his own guy to be the manager. I could see him keeping Billy just because they're friends and he maybe doesn't want to shake everything up all at once. But I don't know. Buck, I could see leaving. I saw Victor Hernandez put he likes Ozzie Guillen. I like Ozzie too. I just think Ozzie has burned a lot of bridges with some past comments he's made, and fair or not, I think he kind of screwed himself out of maybe managing again, just because of some of the comments he's made in the past. But he's a fiery guy. He's a little old school for probably a lot of teams' likings. I know analytics plays a big factor in a lot of these hires nowadays. It's one or the other. You either weigh analytics a lot or you go the crusty old veteran route, which, I mean, worked kind of for us last year. Dusty Baker won a World Series, so it can work. I mean, Bruce Bochy is an older guy, and he's been around forever, and he's one of the best managers there is. And he's doing it again in Texas. Finds a way to win, that guy, always. So you can make an argument for the old vets, but I personally would like a younger guy, somebody more in tune with the changes in the game. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I think Buck is, to me, he is worn his welcome. He's just not the guy. I don't know. I don't want to blame it all on him. Obviously, the players have a lot to do with it, but there does seem something to be off in that clubhouse. I don't know. I know Lindor. I love Lindor, and Lindor loves him, and his little girl loves him, and all that. But just because a couple guys on the team like you and whatever, that doesn't mean much. I saw that he was had an emotional phone call with Canna after he got traded. It's like, okay, whatever. I mean, good for you. It's just, I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. I've never been a big Buck guy. I didn't like him necessarily that much last year either. But he was winning, so it was hard to argue with what was going on. I don't know. My preference is for sure for him to be gone, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, Buck Showalter may be a fan favorite just because of his pedigree. In the MLB, he hasn't won a damn thing. Let's be honest, he hasn't won a damn thing at the MLB level in terms of manager, as a managerial position. The Baltimore Orioles in 2014 and beyond were failures. We talk about his Yankees days, etc. I just don't think he's the right guy to be a leader of the youth movement. And I think the front office does want to lean towards more of the youth movement. I think that this trade deadline really is an indicator of that. And I just don't think that the Mets, especially Steve Cohen, want to do Buck Showalter wrong by making him look bad and firing him mid deadline or whenever that may be. But I think that he really is going to be gone in one of the first moves that you see in the offseason. we'll see what ultimately ends up happening. That's just my inkling, but we'll see. This is all just speculation. We see with David Stearns potentially coming on board, as the reports have shown. David
I did
Stearns
see a good question from, I think, I can't remember. I think it was Andre. Maybe he said, "What if David Stern doesn't come? Does Cohen go after Epstein? Stearns doesn't come." I don't know that Epstein. I think Epstein is. I don't know. I don't know that he wants to do work in front offices anymore. But that is a good question. What if Stearns doesn't come? To me, I don't know. I know Steve has been very picky about who he hires for that position. There's a reason he hasn't hired anybody yet. There's a reason Stern's name continues to come up every year. That seems to have been the guy he's wanted all along. If he can't get him, I don't know what he pivots to be honest. I don't know if there's another guy out there that he really has his eye on. It, to me, it's almost Stearns or bust for Steve. And it would kind of suck if Stearns decides to do something else or just doesn't want to be here for whatever the reason. I don't know. That's why I kind of hate to feel like it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to be here because I know weird things always happen in Mets land. Yeah, I really don't know the answer to that. I don't know who the backup plan would be. Does he just continue to stick with Epler in hopes that somebody pops up? But I did see a funny comment way back earlier that said it was a prediction, said Brian Cashman will get fired and get hired as the Mets president of baseball operations. I don't know if that was a troll comment. I kind of feel like it was, but yeah, I would not be on board with that. I think Yankee fans are pretty fed up with Cashman, and I think we probably would be as well. Although the argument I could see when George was still in charge and he could spend whatever he wanted, he wasn't. I mean, the Yankees were doing Yankee things, and they make the playoffs every freaking year. I mean, this year they
Nelson,
might.
don't do this. Don't do
I'm just,
this.
I have to play devil's
Don't
advocate.
do
I have to do it.
this.
It's 2 a.m. We got to talk about something. Let's art. I could make the argument that you give Cashman Cohen's checkbook, and he might be able to make some things happen. He did it under Steinbrenner. You never know. I don't know. I'm just trying to talk myself into it. I don't know who else. I'm trying to think of other options. There aren't really good ones. The Yankees are probably not. He's got a job with the Yankees for life. Let's be honest. Hal Steinbrenner is not going to fire him. He just won't.
No, listen, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, when we're talking about at 2 a.m., what a potential other option of president of baseball operations would be if David Stearns doesn't come on board. All right, we can talk about Brian Cashman and the whole other good lots, but listen, man, I mean, Brian Cashman has his own dumpster fire to deal with in the Bronx right now. We're not talking Brian Cashman, no matter what it is pertaining to the Mets. So, listen, man, I don't.
Fill time here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know what the answer to that would be. I don't think Theo Epstein is the right answer to that, to be honest with you. I think there's a reason why a reporter as big as John Heyman would report something about David Stearns to the Mets as early as he did. I think that it is pretty much set in stone beyond our knowledge that David Stearns will be the next Pobo of the Mets, but nothing is ingrained, in concrete, so to speak.
Well, if you check out my YouTube channel, there's a behind the scenes video of Billy Epler, and there's some incriminating evidence that maybe Billy's not running the show right now.
Oh, I mean, if you're talking about Billy Epler running the show, shout out, go tune in to Amish Country Mets fan. Go tune into Nelson's YouTube. I haven't thought that Billy Epler is running the show right now. I don't know who is running the show, and it's definitely not Steve Cohen, but there's somebody in the Mets front office that's running the show, and it's not Sandy Alderson, so I am at a loss for words, but we'll see what happens, man. It's an interesting conversation. It's a good topic of conversation. I don't have any other prospects of Pobos that would probably make or round out the candidacy list for the New York Mets come the 2023 offseason. We'll see.
Man. Just find somebody in Tampa's organization.
Literally, honestly, just take one of them. Just pay them higher salary and just take some of them. But yeah, man, I mean, the Mets front office, it needs to get some structure. That is 100% a definite. It's just something that needs to happen. The Mets front office has seemed to not have much structure this season. I don't know how much of the front office is talking with the players right now in terms of their future plans. I don't know how many questions Billy Epler can really, I guess, answer the players if they want to go talk to the front office about what the future plans are. I don't know if Billy Epler can really answer all those questions about what is there for the future. But listen, the Mets front office, they'll figure it out. I think David Stearns is going to be here, to be honest with you. I don't think that the reports would be breaking as early as they would. The Brewers are an organization who have been in flux. They've been playoff contenders for the last, many years, but they've never really cracked or really amounted to anything in the playoffs just because of their limited capital abilities. So if you take David Stearns into the Mets organization, you get a whole different ball game. And listen, David Stearns is pretty much, a mastermind of trades. He's traded for Christian Yelich and he's traded for Willie Adames. So you're talking about the conversation of the Mets trading for a starter this coming off season. Who knows? Maybe our boy David Stearns can make a splash coming into the position and trading for a starting pitcher right off the bat. So we'll see what happens with that. I don't really have any answers in terms of if David Stearns does not come on board. We'll see what happens with that. I don't think Billy Epler is the sole mastermind of this trade deadline right now. I think that there's going to be a lot of reports and a lot of stories that we see out of the Mets. Whoever it comes from, that we'll see from the clubhouse perspective, from the front office perspective, in terms of who's really making these decisions. You factor in Epler and then also the analytical department. There's a lot of variables to go along with this 2023 Mets team that is just like really you can't really speak on objectively. We are all just outsiders looking to get an in on what the Mets are doing right now as a process. So we'll see what happens.
Someone
I
asked
think
if the Mets
go
are
ahead.
entertaining offers for Pete. I don't think so. I think Pete's here to stay for now, for sure. His bat's finally starting to come around again, so that's good news. Yeah, I don't think they're moving Pete. As much as I'd love for them to, I don't think they're moving McNeil. Yeah, the names that you've heard so far are pretty much going to be the ones. Pham, maybe Rayleigh, but I doubt it. Maybe Ottavino. And then Verlander. Those are, or Narvaez, I guess. I've seen his name float around a little bit, so maybe him, but it's pretty much it. Those are the guys that are left. Of all of those, I'd say Pham is the definite. The other ones are pretty unlikely. Although there's a lot of smoke there with JB, so who knows? But yeah, Pham's the guy I'm expecting to go. Everybody else, I don't know. We'll see. Wait and see what happens. I don't know how much longer we want to go with this. I know we got some loyal people that have been sticking around here, but you make the call how long we want to keep this going.
Yeah, well, I think I can last until 2:30, so we'll go around there and then we'll call it quits. But I appreciate everybody tuning in. I think these comments are definitely great conversation points to go off of. I think I'll call it a night at 2:30. We'll see where it goes from there, but I want to get to this comment real quick here from Timothy Frith. He says, "Will the Mets retain Epler, fire Showalter, hire Stearns as president of baseball operations, and name Craig Counsell as manager?" Every single point that he just brought up in that one singular comment, shout out you, Timothy, is what I would say the Mets' A plan is. That is what I would say the Mets' A plan is. You're going to retain Epler because he has a strong relationship with David Stearns. Buck Showalter is not going to be here to, he's not going to be here to stay because he's not David Stearns' guy. Certainly not. So Buck Showalter's out the question. You're going to hire Stearns, obviously, because that's what the smoke and the rumors for the last couple months have already been. And in my humble opinion, they wouldn't have not been, those reports wouldn't have been as strong as they were if that sort of smoke wasn't already, getting fired up that way. I think David Stearns is pretty much the lock, from what I've heard, to be the Mets, the next Mets Pobo. And then it's not a far cry or a far assumption to think that David Stearns is not bringing in Craig Counsell as his manager come 2024. So Timothy Frith, spot on comment. That is the Mets' A plan for me as a fan. I think that's exactly what they're gonna do. So shout out that comment. I think that's spot on. Let's see here. We got a couple other comments. Oh, geez, we got a couple of Bernie Madoff comments here. Goodness.
You can tell it's getting late.
Yeah, you can tell it's getting late on the stream when you get Bernie Madoff comments in here. Dwight Gooden Forever says, you said, are they seriously considering Pete offers? I'd like to give my thoughts on the Pete Alonso, I guess, fiasco. I think Pete's here to stay. I think they're gonna give him the extension. I just Pete's sample size of success compared to what we've seen this season from him, even given the power numbers this season, is just something that you cannot pass up on. Obviously, Pete's 28 now, anyways. He's probably due for maybe an 8-year extension max. I don't think he signs up for anything less than 8 years. But if you can get him on like a 6-year deal like Freddie Freeman did, I'd be way more comfortable with giving him 6 years rather than the 8 years. That's just me personally speaking. So we'll see what happens with that. I think that Pete Alonso has done enough on I say unfortunately because I love Pete Alonso and I really want him to get his bag. But in terms of being a Mets fan and the payroll perspective in general, I think Pete Alonso's done enough to like potentially convince the front office to give him a like world-class first baseman deal, trumping Freddie Freeman's. Obviously, he has not had enough production as Freddie Freeman to deserve that. But we all know, like, in terms of like the negotiation aspect of things, we all know that Pete Alonso and his agent's probably going to be gunning for a top level first baseman deal. Whether or not he breaks Freddie Freeman's, I think Freddie Freeman's making $28 million a year, and Paul Goldschmidt's making 26 or 27. I made a podcast episode on my channel on that with the exact numbers. Don't quote me on it, but I don't know. I think maybe we might see Pete Alonso at like 28, 29. We'll see if the Mets use this year as a negotiation tactic to sort of get a couple of $1 million less AAV on his contract, but that extension is going to be something to keep an eye out on. So, good
I want to
question.
tackle
Do I get forever?
I want to tackle a couple comments. One is very important, but first I'll get to the less important one, which is whether Alonso and McNeil even want to stay long term. Pete, I truly do believe wants to be a Met long term. McNeil's already signed to an extension. I've already stated I'd love to get rid of him if I can, but I think we're stuck with him for at least the rest of this year. Hopefully, maybe we can swing a deal in the offseason and ship him off to I don't care where because I don't like him. I saw, what was the other comment? The important one. Oh, this is the important comment. I'm disappointed we haven't seen Kate Upton at one City Field game yet. On the shows, Kate was always at a Verlander game. What I will say is that's not true. You must have missed it somehow. She's been to at least one, maybe two, because I saw her post pictures with Miss Alex Cohen all over Instagram, and they were hanging out at City together. So I know she's been to at least one. So yeah, that's important. I do love me some Kate Upton, but wish we were seeing her more. If Verlander sticks around, I'd love to see her at more games.
No, yeah, I mean for sure. I think I've seen Kate Upton. Like I'm not at City Field regularly, but I've seen Kate Upton on the socials for sure at City Field. So we'll see. Honestly, I mean, I don't know how much of Kate how persuasion that Kate Upton has in terms of Justin Verlander's no trade clause, but that's certainly a topic of discussion as well. For that
You
sort of
would think,
trade. So
given
we'll
her
see.
career, she'd like to stick around in New York or go to LA. But then again,
Or
she was
LA
in Houston for a while, and they were in Detroit for a while. So those aren't necessarily
potentially.
big cities as far as like modeling and whatnot. But who
Potentially,
knows?
yeah. It really is up in question, and I think we got 15 minutes or so here left until we got to call it a night here personally. Um, I want to open this up to the comments section and anybody who's still crazy enough to be listening to us right now. If you're listening to this live stream, shout out you. Obviously, you all know that we are not talking Mets with Rob. We are filling in, and he's been gracious enough for us
Wait,
to fill in for his live. We've been doing him a little service here, and we appreciate him because honestly, what he does is actually spectacular on his channel, and you guys are watching the right guy in terms of Mets content. So shout out Rob. I want to open this up to you all as viewers who are tuning in right now at 2:17 a.m. Drop your comments. We will get to all comments that are posted within reason. We're not going to, touch on some of the ridiculous comments that show up usually at 2:17 a.m. But Mets related comments, you know, drop them in the comments. We'll get to them. We'll
you don't
speak on
want
them
more Kate Upton
individually.
questions?
No more Kate Upton questions. But drop your comments related to the Mets and the trade deadline. We'll get to them individually. We'll answer them. We've already given our piece on the prospects, the trades. We haven't, there's no breaking news so far as of 2:18 a.m. so far. So drop your comments if you're listening. If you have not subscribed to Nelson and I's YouTube page, we are on the Roundtable podcast that airs every Monday night at 8 p.m. with Rob, Hayden, and then Nelson and I. I am at CPNY Sports. Nelson is at Amish Country Mets fan. I'm going to post a little comment here. Hey, all, for you all to see my channel. If you aren't subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Definitely appreciate that if you enjoy. Nelson, if you can do the same, go ahead and drop your comment in there. Comment all your thoughts. I want to get to you guys' individual comments. I want to shout you guys out real quick on the live stream, and talk about what you guys want to talk about as it relates to the Mets directly in the trade deadline and what we've seen, whether it's what we've seen already or what's to come. But drop your comments. If not, then Nelson and I will keep ranting on here for the next 12
I
or
saw
13 or
Carlton
so
say
minutes.
something about I saw Carlton say something about Luis Carrasco rumors. To the Reds. I'll be honest, I don't know who that is. So I'm not sure. I would have to Google or something. But yeah, I haven't seen anything on that. Um, if it's not with the Mets, I've kind of haven't been too in tune on what's going on. What else? Do we have any new comments? Fernando Rodriguez, thanks for the trade stream. Questions of the money spent this year by the Mets. Who would you say is to blame for the situation the Mets are in? The GM or the coach? What's your call on that?
Just to answer the Luis Carrasco, I think he's a prospect for the Athletics, is what they're talking about. I don't really know too much about him. I guess there's some trade rumors about him going to the Reds. I'm not quite sure. Looked like he was a little bit more closer to MLB ready, but if they're mentioning Carlos Carrasco instead, then yeah, Carlos Carrasco is not going to draw any attention from the MLB, trade deadline. He's not really going to be a player that intrigues many teams, so don't expect him to get moved. I've not been high on Carlos Carrasco all season long. He's just a guy who has served his time in the MLB. He's an older guy. It's probably closer to retirement for him. As much as it pains me to say, because he's a good guy, but it's just not. We're not going to get anything in return out of Carlos Carrasco. In terms of the comment that you said, um, the money spent this year by the Mets, who would you say is to blame for the situation the Mets are in? The GM or the coaches? I think it's the players. Really, it's the players. I don't think there's any drastic changes from the coaching perspective. The GM who the GM is, minus outside of a couple of dud deals last year, Naquin and Darren Ruff deals to be exact. I don't think that he did anything wrong this offseason per se. I was a little bit underwhelmed in terms of the offensive talent that the Mets got in the 2020, I guess, two offseason, only being Tommy Pham. There wasn't it was kind of slim pickings, I guess you could say, but I don't know with the emphasis that the starting rotation needed in the offseason that Billy Epler's to blame for that. So I'm gonna put on the players. Max Scherzer didn't perform up to expectations. We lost Jose Quintana for a while there, and unfortunate
The Edwin
circumstance due to
Diaz
injury.
loss is big.
Edwin Diaz to start off the season is obviously a huge loss. Guys like Lindor, who started off cold, picked up some steam thereafter. Alonso, who's cold now. McNeil not performing to what we expected McNeil to come off of from the batting championship or the batting title. Justin Verlander, who started off not so great off of his injury. I think it's on the players, really. I don't think you can blame the coaches. I don't think you can blame really the front office for the Mets' failures. I think they did what they needed to do. And it would have been a different story if the Mets were winners and they just failed the deadline, but the players did not show up. And Nelson, you can fully argue that point, but really for me, it's the players, man.
No, I don't have an argument at all. I mean, I think there's a little bit of blame to go around, but it's mostly the players. I'd put some of it on Buck for sure. He's made very questionable decisions this year. A little bit on Billy, but he would probably be, if I had to rank them, I'd say players 1, Buck 2, Billy 3. As far as the Carrasco, I guess they were talking about Carlos Carrasco, and in that case, I don't know why the Reds would want Carlos Carrasco. He hasn't been very good. If you guys are willing to give up anything for him, I'd gladly hand them over. I mean, if you're that desperate for pitching, I guess, but I don't see why Carlos Carrasco would interest the Reds at all, to be honest. I did say see what percent does JV get traded to LA before the deadline. If I had to put a percentage on it, I'd say about 25. I don't know about you, Chris.
I'm saying even less than that, but
Less. Okay. Uh, our guy Kenny Fry. Any chance they ship Nito or Narvaez? Nito probably not, just because I don't think anybody has any interest in Nito. Narvaez is a possibility. Nito could slide in and be the backup catcher. And his bat does, I think, intrigue some people or some teams. Thought we had a 1 year window saying Verlander. Hector thinks Verlander gets traded. Carlton, thank you for taking my comments anytime, buddy. Yeah, I'm just trying to read. Nothing.
That comment was intriguing for me. If we can go back to that one, it was I thought we had a one. What was it? I thought we had a 1
1 year
year
window in 22 and didn't go for it. I mean,
and didn't go
I
for
don't
it.
think it's a 1 year window. I could see the argument that we should have went harder for it at the deadline for sure, though.
And I think that's what Rob is also in tune with, is that the Mets should have went harder for the Mets 2022 team. And I've agreed with him, on countless occasions with that. But at the end of the day, the trade pool in 2022 was what it was. Did Epler misfire on 2 trades last season, 2022? 100%. But does, Vasquez, the catcher that went to the Astros, make the Mets a World Series contender at that point? No, he doesn't. Does anybody who got traded in that MLB, in that trade deadline in 2022 make the Mets contenders last season? To me, no, they do not. So, yeah, in hindsight, I can say this all I want. I agree with that. This is a different feeling when Mets when that trade deadline is happening in 2022. I'm saying this in hindsight, is that most of the players in 2022 were not going to make the Mets probably World Series contenders in 2022, but a different feeling, when you're the GM or whatever. It was about the mindset. I feel like that is the real point, is about the mindset in 2022, was really about half-assing that trade deadline with Naquin, Ruff, and whatever else, and Vogelback that they got back. So that was a good comment. I appreciate that comment.
What I'll say to that too is, let's be honest. If you go back and look at it, a lot of teams had no interest in our prospects. We didn't have enough prospects. We didn't have anybody that people really wanted, so it was hard to swing any bigger deals. And we were in a position where we didn't want to give up those top tier guys that people were asking for. They were asking for Alvarez and Beatty, and we didn't really want to give those guys up. And I don't blame Epler necessarily for that. So it was just a tough spot to be in. You definitely could argue we should have gone for it harder, but I don't know. It's all hindsight at this point for sure. I thought I saw. Oh, Carlton said he's on record on the Red site. He'd do a Steve Cohen for Ellie trade straight up. I don't know that I'd do that. As much as I love Ellie, I like our owner, and I want an owner that's going to spend money and be willing to do what it takes to make us a winner. Which we were stuck with the Wilpons forever, and we didn't have that. Andre had said this team got old at the same time, which contributed to major problems. Cup chemistry way off. Still think McNeil and Lindor don't get along. Still waiting for his car. Yeah, I saw a couple comments about the car. Don't get me started on that thing. I think that's a joke. McNeil doesn't even deserve a car at this point.
But the Mets getting old in the roster spot is something that they're actively trying to fix this deadline.
Yep.
And I think that is going to be a thing that is fixed come 2024. So that first half of the comment is very valid. And I'm really appreciative of what the Mets are trying to do here in the deadline and getting younger. So that is valid.
Yeah, and I think you could argue the rule changes have a little bit to play in it too. I know that's a weak excuse and people don't like it, but we've seen players complain about it, not just on the Mets, on other teams as well. The pitch clock does affect some of these guys on the pitching and the hitting side. Um, let's face it, baseball players are guys, they're routine oriented. Everything's about a routine and sticking to a routine. This year has changed that for a lot of guys. And if you notice, a common theme with a lot of the teams that are doing well is they are very young. And if you think about it, their players are used to the pitch clock because they've been minor league players for a while. The minor leagues have had the pitch clock, so they're used to that. So that you could kind of see that how some of the older teams are struggling a bit, and some of the younger teams are really thriving because they're not having to adjust on the fly to these new rules. A lot of these rules have been in place in the minors, and their guys are used to playing with those rules. So you could argue that that plays a factor in what's been going on this year for sure. I'm not going to make that like a number one thing. I think that's a secondary thing for sure. I don't think it affects every guy the same either. So I hopefully next year with some adjustments, guys will be better. But we've seen it even the main guy I can think of that I think of not on the Mets that it really Sandy Alcantara last year was a phenomenal pitcher. He is nothing, nowhere near what he was. And he's made public comments about how the pitch clock is screwed with him, and he hasn't been able to adjust. So it's just an interesting thing to think about.
No, no, and I completely agree. All valid points in that Sandy Alcantara just comparison is just like, yeah, that is a prime example. I completely agree with that because I feel like a lot of people are not talking about that, Sandy's season so far this year coming off of I think he won the Cy Young last year, right? So it is really unparalleled to sort of the transition of this success and the youth movement of these teams coming up. So Mets are doing right by not only the team but the rules that are in effect too. So I see a couple comments here. One says, I'm saying Verlander gets traded. And then the other one saying, I'm saying, Kenny Fry is saying, I think Verlander stays. So Mets fans are split, it seems, in terms of their thinking of Verlander staying or going. Um, we don't know. Anything can happen. In my personal and humble opinion, I think Verlander is on the roster come 6 p.m. 6:01, I should say, because trades can still go on if they're being negotiated at 6 o'clock come tomorrow. I think come 6:01, Verlander is a part of the Mets, but I could be wrong, and we will see come tomorrow. So, like I said, either way, the Mets, it's a win-win for the Mets. Couple other comments to catch up on here before we end this. Let's see here. Everyone knew DeGrom wasn't coming back. Yeah, DeGrom was not going to come back to the Mets. We were talking about Justin Verlander. Can't win a championship in any sport without strong young talent, which is why you can't build a championship team with just free agents. Completely agree. And guess what? The Mets are ahead of the curve already with this trade deadline, which is why I respect the moves that they're making. Good points, Andre. Appreciate your comments all night. Great points. Carlton says, didn't someone from the Mets say they were wanting to model after the Dodgers? Yep, Steve Cohen, the owner, did say that. Bringing up more talent and then spending on the right splash players. That would be the route. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen.
Yeah,
They've
that's what
already
we're
been
trying to.
growing the farm system. Yeah, it's like this trade deadline is exactly feeding into what Steve Cohen said when he first acquired the Mets and first purchased the Mets. So he's just sticking by his word. And it's just the timeline of what he said, that 3 to 5 years that might be a little bit skewed to the Mets fans. But what he said originally and what he wanted to accomplish as the Mets owner, he's right on par with doing, in my opinion. So See DeGrom and Max again, hopefully next season on the Rangers roster. That could be electric. We'll see. DeGrom situation's in
Out
flux.
all next year, though. I mean, I maybe he'd come back the end of the season, but it's doubtful.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it is doubtful, but yeah, I think that's all the comments that we're gonna get to tonight. I did speak with Rob. We are closing out the show. Rob did message me here just a little bit ago. He wants you all, the viewers, to know that he will be back, and this stream that we are on right now will be back live starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you are tuning in to this stream at 9 a.m. Rob will be back. Your usual host will be back. Maybe Nelson and I will be, in to fill in when Rob has a couple of things to do tomorrow. That is to be determined. I am definitely willing to do that. We will have to talk with Rob. I appreciate you all that are staying faithful, not only to the stream, but to the Mets in general, and listening to us dweebs up here talking about the Mets deadline moves at 2:36 a.m. We appreciate you all 100%. Thank you all for tuning in. My handle's at CPNY Sports. Make sure you subscribe to me. And then Nelson is at Amish Country Mets fan. Make sure you subscribe to him as well. Get him to 200 subs. He's so close to 200 subs. Make sure you go ahead and support his YouTube. He's doing a lot of good content as we speak. So make sure you're tuning into all of our YouTube. And like I said, Rob will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Just a public service announcement. Nelson, before we end the stream, is there anything that you would like to say to anybody tuning in today?
No, much appreciate everybody that stuck around this long. I mean, we know Mets fans are crazy, baseball fans are crazy. We're two of them. So glad to be able to help Rob. Glad to be able to. Hopefully, I'll help him out tomorrow too if he needs it. And we'll have our show tomorrow going live at 5. If you guys want to check that out, we'll go 5 up until the deadline, maybe a little longer if something's going on of note. But yeah, we'll be on. Rob will be on throughout the day. It should be interesting. Should be fun to see what goes on. Yeah, if you could be a sub at my channel at Amish Country Mets Fan too, I'd appreciate that. Um, it was good. It's nice that Rob gives us this opportunity to get ourselves out there and have us on his roundtable podcast on Mondays that we do at 8 o'clock with him and do stuff like this. He's got a much bigger platform than we do. Obviously, he's been in the game a little longer, and he's got a lot of followers. So it's nice to branch out to more people, and for him to give us that opportunity is pretty cool. So appreciate that, and appreciate you, Chris, and hope everyone has a great night.
No, definitely. I mean, I 100% echo with that. I appreciate the opportunity to come on here. Rob, Hayden, and us do a good job on the Roundtable podcast. We're great quadruple Mets content creators on there doing a Mets podcast. So it's really nice to extend out to Rob's YouTube channel and his viewers and sort of do this for him as well. And we're definitely appreciative of him as well. And he does a lot of good things. And you'll see him back up in the morning, and hopefully some more trade deadline news comes up in the morning, and especially pertaining to the Mets. But other than that, like Nelson said, we'll be back on with Nelson and I's regular show on streaming to both of our channels at 5 o'clock tomorrow on Tuesdays. And then we usually stream on Fridays as well, 4 p.m. Catch us on the Interstate Mets Report. I am at CPNY Sports. Nelson is at Amish Country Mets fan. Subscribe to the channel. And with that, as always, remain patient, Mets fans. I know it is a tough time. It is a tough deadline. Selling it when all this, trade deadline news is going down and the Mets being sellers is a topic of discussion. Is always tough, but 2024 is going to be a different season. I fully believe that. You should as well, given who the owner is, and the Mets are doing right by the team moving forward, especially contending for 2024 in terms of selling right now. So it's going to be a little bit of a long way until the offseason, but once that offseason finally hits, I think we'll reap the benefits as fans. So as always, like I said, I'm CPNY Sports, your boy Chris. Let's go Mets. Nelson, I appreciate you coming on. Let's go Mets all day, every day.
Mets. See it.
See ya.